Hello? Hello. Welcome, friends. How are we doing today? Wow, the light is so balanced. That's amazing looking. A little bit more. There we go. Audio is good. Just in time. Dirtbag, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. How's life? How's life living? Kimmers is here with us today. Kimmers, thanks for being first as always. We also have Titan. Hi Titan. What are you gonna do with those blackberries that you showed us in Discord? Hi to Dust, mostly lurking today, but you're here. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Cookie, how are you doing today? How did your foods turn out yesterday? Amazing! Thanks for the 20 months in a row as well. Right off the bat, even with the Prime Gaming sub. I know you only get one, so thanks for using it on me. Living north, but not quite as north as us. You're moving around. What are you doing? Why are you moving around so much? And Crooks, we're doing some shrimpies today. Yep. Since Rando doesn't like shrimp, my bro, we get to eat some shrimps today. It'll be nice, easy, really tasty. I think I still gotta go grab the wine from the car though. The white wine for our shrimpers. Blood Oak, had shrimp yesterday. Chicken and shrimp paella. Yummo, did you make that? That is one thing that I've still never made at home. Just moving your family, Dirtbag? From the west coast up north. Cool. Hope it goes okay then. Cookie, your steak was great. Made a healthier version of the cream spinach that was delicious. Yeah, I did see that you posted the recipe. Thanks for that. Just a little side note on the nutmeg, I think you said. And then this morning you had steak, cream spinach, mashed potatoes, and a frittata. So good. Yeah, like steak and eggs. Can't really beat it. You made your own paella? What? You should share that recipe and then I'll make that on stream since I've never done it before. And then Cookie, how did you feel about the beef prices yesterday when you were out looking for your steak? They kind of equalized again, or did they go up a little bit? Sup Weasel, how are you? Welcome. It was crazy expensive. But like, this is the sadder part. It's still way cheaper than anything from a restaurant, right? Like, of course they're gonna do that. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Boom. Maybe too much. This one. That's better. Perfect. Okay, so 2 awesome recipes today. Here is our menu going down. Venetian shrimp and polenta. I found this one earlier this week. I was like, I got shrimp and I feel like polenta, so I just Googled it up. Shrimp and polenta. Found this one. It looks really good. Like I said, it's simple. And then there's not like any veggies with this dish, but I did buy asparagus that looked really good, and bought asparagus because it goes good with shrimp and polenta together. So that'll be our little veg on the side. Maybe just roast it up in the oven. I guess we'll see how it goes today. And then very interesting dessert that I am intrigued to make. I had this bag of frozen cranberries to use up, trying to clear out the freezer. Same with the shrimp, right? So 2 big bags out of the freezer. And then I found this really nice recipe from Sally's Baking Addiction, which we totally love for our dessert recipes. So yeah, cranberry crumble pie bars, buttery shortbread crust, jammy cranberry filling, crunchy pecan topping, and then she does a glaze, like a citrus glaze, and then, excuse me, I would also like to put a little bit of white chocolate in that glaze, because white chocolate and cranberry is really nice for like balancing the sweet and sour. So we'll do that, a white chocolate orange glaze. Just melt a little bit of white chocolate while we make the glaze and then drizzle it. I think it'll be really yummy. Trev, good to see you. And Weasel, you doing all right? Sitting outside, getting that good D. Get that D, man. That vitamin D. Dirtbag likes polenta, especially when it's cheesy, right? So Cookie's saying total for dinner for 3 was $50 with all the ingredients and leftovers for breakfast. Yeah. So that's like cheaper than 1 steak plate from the restaurant these days. Trev goes on huge polenta binges. It's so dang delicious with everything. We're gonna use like mostly fine cornmeal, but we are gonna put in some of the Bob's Red Mill like medium cornmeal just to give it a little extra texture in there. I think that will be nice. And yeah, don't those recipes look awesome? I know actually Tika Sella just popping in now. She mentioned that she was probably gonna cook along with us or make some similar recipes this weekend. Trev Cookie was saying the ingredients for his steak dinner last night for 3 people only cost $50. We were just kind of talking about the meat prices and stuff, seeing if they're evening out or not at all. And then yeah, so if you were around for yesterday's stream, pretty simple like cooking. And then on the side, we did some pantry reorganization. So that's what I got back here. We got about halfway through yesterday. I have still our spices literally exactly where we left them. That's where we ended off, was getting into our spice bins and talking about the different ingredients. Oh yeah, like where would you even get that nowadays? I don't even think you can go to McDonald's and spend $50 for 3 people to be like fed and full. Crazy. That would be nuts. Okay, I'll make our little list and away we go. Just gotta do a quick little wipe before we start. I just got up an hour ago, so I might also make another quick espresso for myself. We'll see. But yeah, had a good sleep. Slept until like 11. Oh, nice. I love that. Tika Cell's gonna watch me and then she's gonna make it when the kids come over. Easy peasy. So yeah, I think we'll start with the cranberry bars. As always, we love to start with our desserts here. I don't think these are gonna take very long to make. Get them made and baked. We'll glaze them up and then we can try them later. So cranberry bars, and then obviously we'll do the white chocolate glaze while those are baking. And then our shrimp. Let's pop these both up. The recipes for myself. Just gonna look at the bar recipe really quick too. So you make the like shortbread crumble sort of stuff, and then we make a cranberry filling, and then the glaze. And then it bakes at 350 Fahrenheit. I always write down the temp and timing just underneath on my list. We need a 9x13 baking pan, so I'll just use the Lloyd pan. It's a 10x14, a little bit larger, so they'll just be a bit flatter then, if that's the case. And how long does it bake for? 40 to 50 minutes until the top is lightly browned. And a toothpick comes out mostly clean with a few jammy cranberry specks. She says about 45 minutes. Because yeah, it's going to be quite heavy and thick, right? So it will take a little bit to cook all of that stuff through. Nom. That sounds awesome. So our shrimp for the polenta, they go really, really simple. I said a soft Parmesan polenta because I think that tastes really good with the shrimp. Like they do say to not put cheese with seafood a lot of times, but you just have to choose like the right cheese. And I find the saltier, harder cheeses are definitely better with seafood. Yeah, they just did water, cornmeal, salt, and bay leaf, but we're gonna, instead of water, like, okay, creamy polenta, you should definitely be using a little bit of milk in there. And then if you want it to be actually flavorful, use a stock, whether it's veggie stock, chicken stock, pork, whatever you want to. But it's always going to taste better if you don't use water. So if you can do that, for sure, I would recommend. You buy polenta a case at a time directly from Bob's Red Mill, which you think is about 4 to 6 bags. That's what we're using today. And yeah, it's cheaper than just like buying the single bags from the store. Do you even buy it like from Bob's Red Mill direct? This is the one that I get. And like, I don't use cornmeal a ton, so I definitely wouldn't buy the huge cases of it. But yeah, this will be yummy. Bob. He says, we leave the corn germ and the bran in. That's why our 100% stone ground whole grain cornmeal is tastier and more nutritious. This is what he says. Corn germ is such a premium for unsaturated cooking oils and margarines. Most other makers of corn products remove it. So they use the outer stuff to make the oils for us to cook with and eat with. Interesting. That's good to know, Trev. Thanks for that info. Bob's has a direct order website. This I did not know. And yeah, the fact that they do their own milling. I will say this though. So we've had one issue before using a Bob's Red Mill product is I bought couscous. It was supposed to be just like a regular wheat couscous. Tried to feed it to my brother. He has a spelt allergy. He couldn't eat it. He had an allergic reaction. So yes, they do their own milling, but there's definitely cross-contamination then. Like he didn't have an allergic reaction to the point where he had to go to the hospital, but he had to stop eating it because he could feel his mouth and his throat like starting to swell up, and it makes his stomach like start to do weird stuff. So he's like, I can't eat this. So then like we all tested it and like we were all okay. Just a little bit of cross-contamination. And it's like things that you honestly can't control those things in a mill, right? There's certain lines that you can bend, but that's a tough one at a mill. And it might even say on the product, like there is maybe risk of contamination, who knows? Like so many different grains, right? And like spelt, it's an ancient grain, so it's like such a funny thing for my brother to be allergic to anyways. He's like, what the heck? Like out of any grains, this should be the one that he is not allergic to. Just some info. That's one thing I found. But other than that, love the brand. Really high quality stuff I find compared to some other things in this store. My Dolphin 6, thanks for the follow. Okay, we're keeping on going here. So maybe before we do the polenta, we just have to shell the shrimp. So we'll get that done. And I always keep the shells, freeze them. Maybe we'll make a chowder coming up since I do have a lot of shrimp shells to make a broth from now. For the shrimp, they do garlic. If you want some crushed red pepper, I would definitely recommend that. It's like a chili garlic sort of shrimp with a dry white wine. They do a little bit of chicken stock in there too. Finish with lemon zest and butter. And then if you want a little bit of parsley, yum. Yeah, it's chowder. Chowder, Frenchie. And yeah, shrimp, if you've ever cooked that before, maybe you haven't, they literally take less than 5 minutes in the pan. So that's why you should have everything else ready. Shell the shrimp first, then we'll make the polenta, because that one doesn't take that long either. And then we'll cook the shrimp, bring it together. Maybe I'll sneak, after we make the polenta, I'll sneak in a roast asparagus up there for us. You gotta eat the veggies, friends. Okay, that should be easy enough. Cranberry bars, and then obviously at the end of the stream, depending on where we end up, pantry. Oh yeah. Thanks, dearie. And a Danish. 1 cherry Danish. Boop. Nom. You poach shrimp for 2 minutes? Yeah, even the slightest bit of carryover. Like usually, cook them on one side, Trev, flip them, basically turn the pan off. It's the perfect protein for terrible cooks. Costco cherry Danish, not bad. It's pretty fluffy. Just judging by like the color of the pastry though, I think they might use a little bit of margarine or maybe palm oil, something like that. Because butter is not that yellow. Lemon Danish. I like this one because it's like a sour cherry filling. Seriously, I got up like an hour ago. Was like, whoa. Cooker dog did not wake me up. I see how this works. Just gonna give the board a little wipe. My area a little wipe before we get started. Now away we go. A curcuma? And sometimes saffron? Whoa. I've never heard of that blood oak, but that's interesting. I'm imagining Costco putting saffron in their baked goods. Maybe not. Okay, that. Yeah, the shrimp is just out thawing on the side here. I'm not gonna do too much fooling around with that. I can't see a deli slicer without thinking about Seinfeld. What part of it? I'm trying to remember which episode that was. Oh, just put Danish on my face. Oh. Curcuma is turmeric. Yo, that makes more sense then. And it's okay, Blood Oak. I'm learning now. We're learning Dutch. Yeah, no soup for you. Okay. Those are good bites. You're such a good dog. Just laying here like this. Hello. They had to slice meat real thin to slide it under the neighbor's door to feed the cat. Oh yeah! Oh my gosh. It was actually awesome while I was waiting for a skip the dishes order. You guys have Fresh Express in US? Like a little, let's say, fast food sushi spot chain? They had Mr. Bean on to watch. Best time ever. It was the one where he puts the sofa, he's like moving and he puts it on top of the car. Is driving with the broomstick with the pedal. Oh shoot, I'm dead. You don't have that there, Kimmers? Yeah, it's like Fresh Express is what it's called. It's just like fast food sushi spot, different stuff like that. Really, Trev, Danish is a pastry you don't bring into the house. Oh, I thought at first you said they don't go down too easy, but they do go down too easy. Interesting, guys. And hi, Scoots. Good to see you. Okay, I'm going back to the cranberry bars. Maybe first we'll just line the baking pan and then go from there. Let's do that. Yeah, we had a good delivery night last night. It wasn't too crazy out. It was pretty chill. Come on in. Maybe I will turn on the light now. It was really sunny out earlier. I don't know what happened. It's still nice and warm though. Okay, so I always spray the bottom of the pan first before we put the parchment in because it kind of helps it stick. Let's do that, but then you don't have to spray the parchment after it's in the pan. This makes it so easy to just like lift up the entire piece and put it on a board to cut after it's all baked. Yum, Scooter, just making lemonade. We are kind of addicted to the strawberry lemonade from Wendy's. I don't know if anyone's ever had that, but me oh my, is that refreshing on a very warm day. We're doing good here. We're babysitting Astra this weekend. She's been a really good girl. Chilling. No supper club this weekend either, just because she's with us full time, so I just didn't want to risk getting like dog hair in people's food. Yeah, Blood Oak, you're switching over your game room. That's so cool. And then it's pizza time. Nice. The Passion Tango Tea Lemonade at Starbucks is pretty refreshing. Ooh, maybe we'll try that one too, Cookie. We've not been to Starbucks in like probably over a month now. We just stopped going after we used up all the gift cards that we won. Sam's like, now I'm gonna buy a coffee maker and save money. I was like, okay. And speaking of, I think I still might make an espresso. Maybe the Paris one. So yeah, just push this all the way down, kind of squish some of the air bubbles out. Oh, you know what was actually really weird on our deliveries yesterday, guys? There was 2 times where I had to just like leave the food because the people wouldn't come and get it. That's never happened before. Like usually when it says contactless, they're just like waiting in the lobby. But like I literally had to just be like, text them the photo of where I left it and be like, this is where your food is. Like I gotta go.
Would you guys do the same thing if you're waiting for like 5 minutes? And the people
More than that.
Showed up for their food? Would you wait or would you leave? And hi Trevor, how are you?
Because like they said contactless, so as a driver we're told that we don't actually have to stay if they put that. It's like you can literally just leave it at the front of the building and go, but like I would like to see the people get their food at least, right? It's kind of sketch downtown, don't want it to get stolen. You'd leave it, Cookie? Because like we're on the clock. So every minute that like we're waiting, we're losing money at the same time, right? Yeah, super weird. Like that hasn't happened at all through the full month that we did it. But yesterday we had it twice. I was like, what is happening?
Yeah, just last 2 days.
After several months of experimenting with quick chicken cooks, got a spatchcock chicken down to 35 minutes. That's impressive, dude. And it is possible. It is possible to do that. Just gotta be real good. Looks like you got real good. Wait, Scooter's saying you got strawberry frosties? We don't have that. We got watermelon lemonade for a limited time only at Wendy's.
Strawberry frosties?
Okay, Scoots. Yeah, good to know. Just like get some other opinions. Just because we haven't been doing it that long. And like, I'm pretty serious about food, right? I would like people to get like the best product possible. Because like all we see, the other drivers, no one closes their bags, and half the time they don't even have a hot bag. It's like, sheesh, you don't understand the assignment. That's what I keep saying to Sam. Looks like they don't understand the assignment. What? You were told Canada was the only place you can get them before they showed up there? We don't have this here. There is lies going around. Frosty lies. Did you buy that pound of blackberries, Trev, or pick it? Okay, so we lined our pan. We're gonna make the crumble mixture for the crust and the topping. Flour, sugar, baking powder, salt, and cinnamon. We're gonna add cubed butter and then mix it all together. They say cut it in. Takes at least 5 minutes of cutting in with a pastry cutter. Well, if you know us, we are not strangers to pastry. I think I just might have to go grab some butter, that's all. And then what do? We whisk egg, milk, and vanilla together in a small bowl. Pour that over the flour butter mixture until it looks moist and crumbly sand. She does put a photo above, she said, for a visual, so thanks, Sally, for that. She says we'll have about 6 cups of the crust and crumble mixture. Take 2 cups and put it aside for the topping. And then pour the remaining into the pan and flatten it down. She says it might be a little bit crumbly, and that's okay. She does use almonds in her topping. I'm gonna use pecans. You choose whatever nut works for you. Okay, so the cranberry filling part, there is no cooking at all. You just mix the cranberries with like a little bit of sugar, a couple other ingredients, and then pour it in that center layer. I thought maybe we had to cook the cranberries. Even easier. Yeah, it might be a little bit early for berry picking still. And that is one thing that we still want to do with you guys. Let's go to a U-pick in the summer. You did buy those 2 gallons of blackberries. So how much did those cost? I need to ask. Okay, I'm gonna pop this recipe back up and away we go. Let's get some bowls. Let's get a couple bowls. We'll start with the dry stuff. I'll also keep munching on my Danish. Flour. Sugar. You heard the crunch? It was a crunchy bite. I was wondering about that. Boom. Vanilla. $20 for a gallon. So you spent $40 on blackberries? I can't justify it. Not after living on the island and they're just literally growing everywhere. Okay, my cinnamon must be over here in this pile of spices that we didn't finish with. Yes, ground cinnamon. Yum. Okay, I'll have to go grab egg and milk. So I'll be back for that. And we only need 1 cup of butter. Let me just quickly check. Might have that in the fridge. Yes. We'll cube that up. And that is totally fair. I'd rather pay $40, Kate, than step on a rattlesnake while I pick them. That is very fair. Okay, and then I have the oranges here. So there's a little bit of orange zest and juice in with the cranberries. And then we make a little orange glaze too. It's a very pristine looking orange. Okay, I'll be back with milk and egg. Hold tight. I will mute as well because it'll probably cut out. Milk and egg. Add some berry bushes. Blueberries, please. That's my request. That's my request in Titan's garden. These bars sound a lot like your favorite bars you make every year for the holidays, except you do raspberry jam and put shredded coconut. I've had those. Those things are insanely good. And hi yet it is. Okay, let's get into it. We're making our shortbread crumble. So what, they said we have to mix all this stuff together? Just reading through. Oh yeah, the milk, the vanilla, and the egg gets put on after. That's right. So 3 cups of flour, all purpose. One, 2. Don't have to be sorry yet it is. I love when people get like so excited to chat that they don't even remember to say hi first. It's like, this is a good convo. I'm in it. It's my fave. At first, Digital Meow Mix, I don't know why my brain did this, but I read it as having cheese tonight. And I was like, I am into that. But it says having Chinese tonight. Either way, I'm down. What's your like Chinese food order? What's your jam? I'm having cheese tonight. Nice. I close this. Will it be better? Slightly? Slightly better? Okay. Baking powder, I think, just to like lighten up these crumbs so it doesn't go too dense. Just 1 teaspoon. Crab rangoon, that's another one that we still have to make on stream. And like, I've gotten quite a few requests for it too. Crab rangoon. Yeah, exactly, Trev. Totally that person that would probably walk around with cheese in their pocket. I will admit, when I was in Thailand, they had a lot of like gelato spots, and that's like an easy way to keep cool, like gelato and ice cream. So eventually I just ended up like keeping the little like gelato spoon in my back pocket for easy access. It's a hot day. You never know when you need a scoop. It's totally fine. Okay, 1 entire cup of sugar. Ah! We're gonna be rocking. I guess though, with the cranberries, it's like you gotta cut through the sourness. You used to carry your own chopsticks too. Too good. Always ready for a snack. Okay, that's a little bit too much. I'm just gonna pour some out. A 1/4 teaspoon of salt, aka like just a pinch really. Got lots of smiles. Yeah, imagine. So then what would they do when you like show up and take out your own chopsticks? Were they just like, oh, okay, cool. 1 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. And we need 1 cup of unsalted butter. They know you're a professional eater, yeah. It's like, this guy means business. Let's just use a little spatula to mix the dry stuff together first. And we'll cube up the butter and start mixing that in. But yeah, I bet these bars are good in the summertime with really any berries. Just might have to switch up how much sugar you toss with the berries, because cranberries are so dang sour. Let's just put that to the side. Butter. Hi JK, how are you? And then Meow Mix is ordering a large chicken lo mein, egg rolls, and sometimes chicken tenders. But tonight is chicken mushu. Is that the one with the veggies? Chicken mushu. Okay, this butter is a bit hecked up here. I'm gonna do my best. Like almost the whole thing we had. What if I just do that? Literally fits on the other side. Perfect. So since that's already pretty small, I'll just chunk it up on its own. And I'll deal with the other big piece. Oh, that stuff. Yes, yes, yes. So I was on the right track. Chicken with veggies. But yeah, it was with the cabbage. And then you put it in the really thin, like little pancake crepe things. Nom. I've never had that one. Always eyed it up though. Sounds good. Does anyone actually have a pastry cutter at home, or we just use our hands always? Or a food processor? And yeah, I cut these pretty small, just so it's easier to work in. Can you guys tell I only woke up an hour ago? I still have like a frog in my throat. Frogging with Kate. Why are you so happy? Moo. Wish it was easier to make butter. You have a pastry cutter, but it's literally been used once. I think that's what happens to everyone's. And yeah, you still use the fork, yet it is. Just thought I would ask. Glad to know we are still all the same. Okay, I'm just gonna rinse off my knife really quick with this butter. Yeah, I wonder if you could get like some cream direct from the farm to make butter with. So it'd probably be cheaper to buy it in a big batch like that than buy like the liters in the store. Come on, warm water. Coming. She's looking at me. Oh no, Scoot's booted from the group? I was actually hoping there would be like someone that uses a pastry cutter though. She had a good run, yeah. See you never. Scoot, you're fine. Butter and flour and a Cuisinart, Trev says. Couple pulses, and he is good. That's true. I think my robot's a little bit too powerful for that. And yeah, so you guys all use like a fork and something else. I literally just use my hands. And Tikasella likes using one? Well, that's good, guys. I'm happy that someone still makes use of it. Also a good option, Scoot. Sometimes you use a KitchenAid too. This shouldn't take too long. My hands are nice and warm today. Can imagine the smell when these start baking too. What you guys gotten up to today? I saw Eric was posting his garden update in Discord for us. All his pepper plants are just shooting right up. I think Samo's gonna do some jerky stuff later. Is that correct? Okay. This is a good, like, hand forearm workout. And she says it will be a little bit crumbly. There we go. Mixing in, and yeah, it's gonna be dry still at this point because we're gonna add milk and egg and vanilla to this to kind of bring it together in the little dough. But Sally always does a really good job of explaining what to do in the recipe. Maybe that's why we like her so much. And she gives good photos. And I have noticed that some of the recipes even have YouTube videos to go along with them, instructional. So that's how that should start to look. Like she said, it'll kind of look sandy. And then when we add the moisture to this, it's gonna look like wet sand. Makes sense. I would say that is progress, Amp. I successfully made an omelet without burning the omelet pan or even the stove. Progress, not perfection. Ran out of vanilla yesterday, Trev. Made an emergency delivery this morning. Vanilla prices have gone crazy. $20 for just the, like, not so good store brand? What? That's nuts. My paste is actually getting like near to the bottom. It looks like I have about a cup left only. Gotta start watching for that one. Because I remember last time we used it all up. Had a hard time finding it. You got a thing at Costco for 10 bucks. And then Scooter always keeps emergency container of homemade. I like that. That's a great idea. Well, yeah, never mind like the supply issues, but also what about the crops? And like how bad the weather has been in a lot of places. That's why there's the sriracha shortage, because the chilies didn't grow properly. And well, gotta make do with what you got. How much would you need to make the homemade vanilla? Like, what do you do, guys? You just buy the beans, right? And then put it in an alcohol? Yeah, vodka. $5 each just for one vanilla bean? I'm dead. Okay, just gonna go wash my hands off. And then we'll mix the wet things Bring this together. Yeah, like any neutral alcohol. Vodka is probably the most neutral. Okay. Okay. Yeah, hit up Blood Oak for the sriracha. There's lots there. Perfect. And yeah, glad you're growing the peppers, right? People are gonna have to make their own hot sauce pretty soon. Okay, so it says 1 egg and then a 1/4 cup of milk. Just gonna crack the egg. Then we'll whip it up. Add the milk. And then a bit of vanilla. I did bring 2 eggs over just in case. There's a vodka brand where it comes in a rifle-shaped container. You know of a local restaurant where they use that to make their own vanilla extract? Cool! That's really cool. Or do it in like the Skull vodka. That's right, Blood Oak. Cook with Cake community just pays purchase price and shipping and customs. There is no markup. Thank you for your services. We might be making something new here. Okay, 1/4 cup of milk, which is like not a lot. Very small amount. 1/2 of a 1/2 cup. That. Our vanilla. Annie's here. Thanks, Annie. Couple meows to start the day. And another $20 on our True Freezer Fund. So thank you. Did you get through all your grading yesterday? Scoots, thanks for posting in Discord. How to make vanilla. These are the times we're in. Just finished chem. Hey, at least you finished something. Like we were just talking about, progress. Might go slow, as long as you keep going. So I have 18 physics projects to grade. Sheesh, that's insane. And the final comments before Monday. Okay, awesome, Scooter. Maybe we'll make our own vanilla when I'm run out. Okay, so we got our egg and milk and vanilla. We pour this over and then turn it into the crumble. What, you need to clean this container? She's like, hello, I like those things. Let me just double check. Moist, crumbly sand. And then we just take 2 cups of this away for the topping. Save it for the topping. So we're really trying to not overwork the gluten doing this too. That's why I'm using the spatula. Oh, that's a good question. Whether you split the beans for infusing or not. Good one. Because yeah, I wonder if that makes a difference. Scooter says she does. And that was Samo's guess. Okay, look at how this came together. Really nice. Nice big crumbles. Just trying to obviously work it so there's not like very loose, dry stuff. That seems pretty good. I'm just gonna clean this off of the spatula. Take a couple cups out. Got a little container right here. Yeah, the homemade vanilla. Imagine that in a cocktail. I can't even. That's a great idea, Scooter. Start the batches and then give it to people as a gift. Amazing. Okay, 1 cup. Like trying to not really pack it in there per se. And then 2 cup. So that's for the topping. And then we're actually gonna mix some chopped pecans or even just sprinkle it on top. Let those bake in. Now, just put the topping part to the side. Bring the baking pan over that we lined earlier with our parchment. Pour this in. She says give it like a nice light press. Even it out in there. Why not go straight for the grain alcohol? Yeah, no one's gonna give the vanilla as gifts with these prices. It's too expensive. What a time to be alive. Whoa, that one was really sticky there. All the way to the edges. And like, I'm not pressing it super hard down. So I think if you press it too hard, it gets really tough as it bakes. Annie's got a gift and go. Thank you, Annie. I hope you have a good rest of the day. You're almost there. Don't work too hard though, okay? Make sure you take enough breaks. Thank you for the 5 subbies to the channel. Appreciate that. We are welcoming in 5 new people to the kitchen crew from Annie. We got Nikki Bilheim, Digital Meowmex, nice, they're in here with us right now. Shamer Mall, Qualified Enough, and Rum Zombie. Okay, Annie, we might be here later if you decide to take a break. Come and check on us again. If not though, hope to maybe see you tomorrow. Like I said, don't work too hard, okay? Appreciate all of our teachers and what they do for the future of the world. Okay, back to bars. So we got this pressed in. This is our base for the cranberry crumble pie bars. We're gonna put this to the side and we're gonna make our cranberry filling. Good morning, Mom. How are you doing? Do a little cleanup. Actually, maybe I'll just reuse this since it's not really dirty. Might as well. Take some of this stuff away. And I am gonna just wash my hands. That crumble made them a bit sticky here to work with. Yeah, hey Rum Zombie. Amp, rum and vanilla? I think that would be good. As like a spiced rum fan, I think that would be really tasty. Okay, the cranberry filling. 4 cups of fresh or frozen cranberry. She said not to thaw, but mine are like maybe not even half thawed. Yeah, now being a teacher, hey Trev. Can't even imagine. Okay, perfect. I was kind of worried that we wouldn't have enough, but literally perfect. There's our 4 cups of frozen cranberries. I don't know if you can even find fresh right now. Maybe worth looking for. I don't know. This, come over this way a little bit. We're gonna do 3/4 of a cup of granulated sugar. I have a 1 small container to measure, yes. Scooter's done the rum and vanilla, yum. Like I said, I like rum, but I don't see that being bad. Bam. Okay, there's our 3/4 cup of sugar. Seems like so much. Like I said, the cranberries are so sour. I think you gotta balance it. We need a tablespoon of cornstarch. And that's gonna keep it just from going too watery on us. Rum and apples, just because it tastes good. Like cooking it or just infusing it. I've done that before too, actually. One tablespoon of cornstarch. Try and distribute that around the best that you can. We're gonna do 2 teaspoons of orange zest and then a tablespoon of fresh orange juice, and then the rest of the juice we use for the glaze later on. I'll grab the microplane while I'm over here. Like, these have gotta be delicious. Zest this baby up. Oh, nice, Trev. Yeah, throw sugar into a skillet until it caramelizes. Add thin sliced apples. Flambe off some rum. And then what do you eat it with? Just like ice cream? It's a very juicy, zesty orange. Me? You just eat it plain? I mean, I guess. Why not? Or yeah, pancakes. I'm gonna say some sort of like baked good. Pastry of some sort. Okay, boom. 2 teaspoons of orange zest. And like, you don't want to go overkill, because then it'll be like more citrus cranberry than anything, and that's not really how these are described. Before we put the juice in, I'm just gonna give this a little mix on its own to kind of distribute the dry stuff. Hi, Happy. Now these look like sugared cranberries. How's Happy doing today? I did that just so that the cornstarch didn't go too clumpy when we poured in the liquid. Just use this container. Whoa. That is a really nice looking orange. I'll go with half first to juice. It's so juicy that I'm just gonna squeeze it with my hands. Holy smokes. Anyone ever get the fresh squeezed orange juice from like the little machines? Little orange juicer machines that it like goes through a little route in the machine and then it squeezes it and then it drops it out. You get to like watch it do the whole thing. Those are always fun. Although sometimes I've had like the most sour orange juice from those. I'm just gonna put the pulp in, why not, right? So most of the pulp should go into this mixture, not the glaze. Okay, so they said for the filling, 2 teaspoons only? No, sorry, 1 tablespoon. The teaspoons was the zest. I'm gonna do a little drizzle like that. That's for that. Now I'll do the rest. Blood orange. I don't think they're in season anymore. I didn't see them in the store. But yeah, we definitely had like probably about a month worth of blood oranges earlier this year. But now it seems like it's just regular orange time. The juicing sounds. Like, that is insanely juicy. I wonder if she would eat the, like, pulp from this. She loves oranges. Would you eat this? No, it smells too much like the essential oils. She's just like, no. No, Auntie. Okay, I'm gonna go deal with myself. Made a bit of a mess. Look at how much juice is just on the board. Insane. We gotta wipe it. Okay, so I think next step, we're gonna turn on the oven. Start heating that one up. While we finish assembling the bars in the baking pan. So 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Perfect. So now, we had to finish mixing this with the orange juice, right? Nice. It's getting kind of glazy in there even. Yummo. That's smelling really good now. Boom. sure you get all of the ingredients out of the bowl. There's a little bit of sugar that's trying to stick to the bottom. There we go. Spread this out a bit more. Basically one nice even layer, I'm gonna say. All the way to the edges. Awesome. That looks good. Now we got our other 2 cups of the reserved crust. So we're gonna sprinkle that over, and then I'm just gonna take a little bit of pecans, chop those, sprinkle that, and away we go. And we'll make our white chocolate citrus glaze while it bakes. Spread out the pie crumbs a little bit more if you find that they kind of piled up together. There's that. Okay, just gonna take a couple things away. And I'll go grab the pecans. Or you could use almond. And I thought maybe even walnut would be all right. Oh wait, do I have almonds? I think I have almonds. Haha, I'm gonna just use that then. Because that's what the recipe was anyways. I thought we used them all up in the crackers. That's our slivered almonds. So now we're just gonna shake these out, spread them with the pie crumbs. And it'll kind of all meld together. Yum. I bet you though, like coconut, that'd be interesting. There we go. Yahoo! So now that just needs to bake. Nom. All right, while we wait, let's put a couple of our things away that we don't need anymore. They're coming to get us, I think. They're coming to get us. This, just leave it on the oven for now. Definitely gotta clean that baking bin today. Organize that baby. Okay, awesome. How do I want to make the glaze? I was thinking just a little green bowl. Let's just wipe this board off. We got crumbs everywhere. I mean, they are called Cranberry Crumble pie bars. Boom. Boom. Our white chocolate. And then just some powdered sugar. You will need a whisk. I'm gonna microwave the white chocolate, obviously in a microwave safe bowl, which is this. I think that's where we're gonna start, is with the white chocolate, because then we can add the stuff to it from there, once we're happy with the amount that's melted. Ethereal Melrose, thank you for that follow, friend. Hope you're all right. So for all those bars, I was thinking like half a cup, 3/4 cup of white chocolate. Maybe a bit more. There we go. Then we'll do 30-second increments just in the microwave to get these melting. And just a really small amount of the powdered sugar to dial in the consistency of the glaze, I would say. Cranberry bars, check. White chocolate glaze, check. And then these bars are gonna bake for almost 45 minutes. I like to check them halfway through, so that's what we're gonna do. I'll set like a 20-minute timer. And that's how it looks before it goes into the oven. Hey Siri, 20-minute timer.
20 minutes, counting down.
Perfect. Okay, nothing has really happened to the white chocolate yet, so do another 30 seconds. This is gonna be good. Whoa, the bowl feels really hot. Okay, we're just starting. Just tap that off, that little one. Get out of the whisk. So we're just starting to melt. Let's do maybe not even 30 seconds more. Do like 15. We'll watch it. Should be pretty perfect. Nice. Okay, so stir that until it's smooth first. If it doesn't go smooth, you see a couple lumps, just put it back into the heat, a couple more seconds. I think we got it though. All right, so then from here, I'm gonna strain in the juice just because there is a bunch of pulp. So go something like that to start. I've never really made a glaze like this, so let's see what happens. It might seize up the white chocolate. Definitely cooled it off a bit. Still looks good though. Interesting. Now we have an orange white chocolate. You can definitely smell it. This glass bowl holds a lot of residual warmth. Super helpful. Keep the chocolate the right temperature. Yum. I'm just gonna give that a taste, see what we made. Maybe we can add a little bit of icing sugar and then it's good. 'Cause it's a little bit loose right now, I'm gonna say. Definitely like more white chocolatey than orange flavored. Maybe I'll zest a little bit of another orange just to get that extra flavor back into there. Although, do we feel like there's probably enough orange flavor inside of the cranberry mixture? So that's where we put all the zest. I feel like we might be okay. I'm gonna just do, let's start with about a 1/4 cup of the powdered sugar. Just gonna make it a little bit thicker. And then the powdered sugar helps the glaze kind of harden up as it sits. So it's definitely helpful. And yeah, other than that, we just leave this to the side as our bars bake. That is it. First hard part of the stream, done. Drink the orange juice that's left, and then I'll make a coffee. Whoa. Holy. That is good. That is insane. Nothing's really happening in there yet. Okay, put these things to the side. Maybe our shrimp is thawed. We can shell the shrimpers next. That's the next thing on the list. And I'm gonna do this. You still have a little mug in here? A cup? Yeah. And I'm gonna take a really quick bathroom break, guys. I will be back in a moment. All right, so like I said, next thing on the list was to shell the shrimp. But I think first I'm just gonna bring the milk back to the fridge and bring the asparagus over. And I think we can, oh, actually I'll measure out the milk beforehand for the polenta. So I'm just gonna look at the recipe. And then we are not gonna make all of the polenta that they make. They do 2 cups worth of cornmeal, and it says it makes 4. I don't want that much left over. I'm gonna literally do like the smallest batch of polenta ever. Hi Mish, how are you? So yeah, just cut it in half is what I'm gonna do. So I want 2 cups of milk and then 2 cups of the chicken broth. So that's actually what I'll bring back with me. What are you cooking today, Mish, if you're getting into that sort of thing? Do. So 2 and 2. How many plates today? 0. Yeah, I actually decided not to do supper club today just because Astra's with us like in here full time this weekend. I just didn't want to risk like getting any dog hair in people's food. So I just said it's postponed this weekend. It's just cooking for us. Yeah, nice, Mish. I think we're all kind of feeling that this weekend. It's like just kind of chill food, kind of cleaning out the freezer. Just having leftovers, things like that. Awesome. Well, hopefully the leftovers were tasty. And yeah, cheers, guys. Yeah, tacos. Did we inspire you with the nachos? So our cranberry crumble pie bars are just baking right now. And then we're going to switch into our savory stuff next. I'm just going to get some milk and chicken stock. I have returned with the liquids. I just gotta close the door because my hands were full. Woohoo! What kind of tacos are you gonna do tomorrow? Oh, All of that effort and I still didn't bring the asparagus over. That's fine. We'll just keep getting our polenta stuff together. So 2 cups of whole milk, 2 cups of our homemade chicken broth. It's actually chicken and pork. I also snuck some asparagus ends into that. Probably has a little bit of veggie flavor. Couple different kinds of cornmeal that we're using today. What do we need? 1 cup total. It's crazy how much liquid goes to cornmeal to make polenta. Yeah, it's 8 cups of liquid to 2 cups. So like a 4 times, right? So if we're doing 4 cups of our liquid, we need 1 entire cup of cornmeal. So this is the fine ground cornmeal that we just get from the store. And then we're gonna use a little bit of the medium ground whole grain Bob's Red Mill, just to bump it all up to 1 cup worth. And then they don't put any Parmesan or anything like that in theirs. But I definitely like to finish my polenta with cheese. That just seems weird, honestly. Why would you not? That's the question. And then with the medium ground corn, I'm gonna assume that it'll take just a little bit longer to cook it through. We'll have a bit more of a toothy bite as well, compared to the fine stuff. Pack this away. Who in chat has had polenta before? Close that back up. Cookie in the winter with a braised shortbread. Yes, please. Or a short rib shortbread. I was thinking about the crust in the oven. Yeah. Okay, they say to add a little bit of bay leaf. Must have the bag over here from our spice bin adventures. Yeah. A little bit of bay leaf. Just in with the liquids while they heat up. So I'll just put 1. Ethereal, you love polenta? And then, yeah, blood oak. Polenta fries. Life-changing. They're so good when they're executed right. Crispy, soft in the middle, cheesy. We did those at the last restaurant I worked at. And we served them with like a dill pickle dip. Probably like, or actually I just know for a fact that biggest seller on the menu, polenta fries. The biggest. While we're waiting, let's grate our cheese. Might as well. Ooh, that's some fresh basil that we can garnish with. That'll be really good. And then maybe I'll actually use up this quarter of onion in the polenta. That. What else? I think I saw a lemon in here. Yeah. I also add a little bit of cauliflower that we're gonna roast with the asparagus again. Whoa. One side of the lemon, perfect. I literally just turned it over. Ah! What happened? We'll look into that later. What's my favorite kind of coffee? I think I like a medium roast coffee. And then I have been really enjoying it with oat milk, actually. And then Mary has a question. Someone's doing a fundraiser, doesn't say what the fundraiser is for. Do you ask or wait for someone to explain? I don't think it hurts to ask. Like, it can't be a bad thing just asking what's going on, right? If they get upset at that, it's like, hey. You had the polenta fries made for you at a friend's place by a genuine Italian nonna. Made them with parmesan and truffle oil. Okay, just one up me. Why don't ya? Blood oak. I can't even imagine how like a proper infused truffle oil would taste like. Yeah, that's a good answer, Cookie. I think if they're into fundraising for something, they would want to talk about it, right? Because otherwise it's like, are you actually serious? Or are you just doing this 'cause? Okay, I'm gonna really fine dice the onion just for our polenta. Thought I would just use it up out of the fridge. And we will fry this actually with just a little bit of butter. Or you could do oil. A little bit of butter or oil before we start heating up the liquids. That could also be the time where you add some garlic. If you like a garlicky polenta. But we're gonna garlic up the shrimp instead. This onion's just a little bit soggy. I left it like open in the fridge. Soggy onion makes it a bit tough to cut. That's a good amount though. Yeah, I'll just roughly chop around the root end there and then get rid of that. Let's just put that in a small container. Oh, literally seconds to check the cranberry pie bars. So I'm also gonna do that. Grab the hot cloth. I smell some good smells, I will say this. Samo says it too. Ooh, I do actually have a good recipe for refried beans. And we made them on stream before. Whoa. Look at how these are turning out. Ho ho ho! Yeah, look at that. The juice is bubbling, so this is halfway. Give it a swivel. I'm gonna do another 20 minutes. If you don't find the recipe, Mish, let me know and I'll find it for you. The smell, yeah, I wish, hey? Let me just check really quick, Mish. Yeah, we did it with pinto beans. I think it was the one from Serious Eats with the huevos rancheros recipe. Although we made our beans way tastier than that, so actually I don't think I'll recommend that one. This one, the Cookie and Kate one. That's the one. Mish posting it. This is a good refried bean recipe. It's tested and we enjoyed it. I always kind of giggle at that blog, the food blog, Cookie and Cakes. It's like a girl with her dog named Cookie, but then it always reminds me of the stream. It's like, hey, I'm Kate and we have a cookie too. Exactly, Mish. It's Cookie and Kate. Thank you. You've never made refried beans before? Oh yeah, so you're gonna maybe do them for your tacos? It's good to like spread on the bottom of the tortilla and then fill with everything else because everything kind of sticks onto the beans. Mary, sometimes in life we need these awkward situations to happen. Yep, sometimes those things need to happen. Like if I was doing fundraising or charity stuff, I would definitely be letting people know what's happening. So, fine side of your box grater. Let's get like a cup worth of shredded parm. Yeah, that'll be yummy, Mish. And it's a good vegetarian option too. They're also just good leftover for like dipping tortilla chips. So look at this parm. You can see the salt crystals inside of it. It's aged for 30 months. And then just up top here is the rind. Just gonna trim a little bit off on this end, if possible. And actually, I get to show you what to do with the Parmesan rind today. For once, we're gonna do something that can use it up. So you take this, and then later, while we're heating up our liquids for the polenta, just put your Parmesan rind into the liquids. Trust. It'll just add some extra like funk. And then this just came off, so I'm gonna let it. Just trying to cut down on your meat. The prices are ridiculous. Yep. Yep. I think we're all noticing it. We definitely don't eat nearly as much meat anymore. Oh, thanks, Mary. Just save the recipe to check out later. Like I said, it's a good one. It's very flavorful. And it is easy. It's so funny, when I was visiting my best friend earlier this week on Monday, she was like going on about how amazing her parents' fridge is. I was like, there's just so many amazing things to cook with in here. And like shows me the exact same Parmesan that I use. I was like, hey, we use that one too. They made a really yummy bruschetta when I went over. Bruschetta, but with like Parmesan flakes inside of it. I was like, this is delicious. On top of crostini. It's like the little salty and cheesy bit with the tomato and balsamic. Your grocery budget has increased by 20 to 30% in the last 2 months, Mish has noticed. We're doomed, Mish. Is this what they're trying to do to us? Make it so like no one can even afford to eat anymore? What are you doing to us, man? Oh, forgot almost that we have a cheese dog in here. That's right. Don't forget about the cheese dog. Here, I'll give you that. That's Parmesan. Clean it up. Hey, Astra, clean it up. Thank you. Okay, now I'm gonna go wash my hands. Cheese dog had to try the Parmesan. Okay, I think we got all of our polenta things together now. Pay $10 US for a kilo of chicken fillets. And then getting a whole chicken's not even worth it. 15 bucks per bird, small ones. Oh my gosh. Interesting, Mary. A person got evicted, so a DJ is fundraising to help said human out. Do we know the basis of why they got evicted, though? No. A bit sus in my mind. But it's fair though, like if those people are really close, I guess. Trying to help out a friend. Found cheap fillets this week. Nice, Mish. Big ones, 21 bucks for 2.5 kilos. Good one. And then, so I was gonna say here, some of the butcher shops will have like one day where they have just a little fridge or freezer with like everything in there half off. Just take your pick. Could be worth looking for something like that around. That. Put this to the side. And then I think we'll be able to peel up our scrimps next. Bonk! Guess you're cooking there today. Bonk is just cooking himself. 23.9 Celsius. At least you have a little bit of wind. We are not really cooking here today. As far as the weather goes, at least. Food-wise, yes. We are cooking. Peel up the shrimp. Raw shrimp. What is it? BAP certified, gotta love that. Deveined, shell on. And they say easy peel. Good thing I got these out of the freezer because they look a little bit frosty. Local butchers are 10-15 more expensive, or sorry, percent more expensive than the supermarkets, and they almost never run the discounts. Whoa, that's crazy, man. That's freaking nuts, though. Let's do this. We'll go that way. Should put one bowl for the shrimp, one bowl for the shells. We always keep the shells. And actually, yeah, this is just one bag in there. And so these per size, there are 31 to 40 shrimps per pound. Hi, Westward. Yeah, no, we have not cooked shrimp or seafood in a while. I might just run these underwater just to get that frost off. Give me one moment. A heat wave in Phoenix? 109? Whoa. Stay safe, friends. It's beginning. And then, oh, cool, you're in Puerto Rico. I will say, Puerto Rico, best pork of my life. Pernil pork. That changed our life. Get the chill off the shrimp. Actually just gonna leave them in the water for a few more moments to thaw. They weren't completely there enough, and I'm not gonna struggle peeling them if they're not ready. So I'll go grab the asparagus and we'll prep our little bit of veggies for roasting. Since we already got the polenta mise en place done. Always gotta balance our plate with some kind of protein, a starch, and a veg. Oh, hi FCB, how are you? And then you have a friend that flew into Vegas this morning, already 100F. Holy. Yeah, I don't take Sam to Vegas in the summer, ever. Okay, polenta stuff, I'll just check that off. Going to grab asparagus, I'll be back. And then we're gonna prep them for roasting with our cauliflower. And also I'm working on munching on the Danish on the side too. Sour cherry. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Whoa, Stream Elements, why are you freaking out right now? Sounds like a simple recipe, but it's really not. Which one? The Venetian shrimp? It has a nice like article beforehand. It's pretty easy. Like they do definitely tell you what to do right. Like make your polenta first, cover it to keep it warm, and then cook your shrimp. And then I don't have parsley. I do have a little bit of dill maybe to chop up. Sprinkle for garnish. It does require attention to detail, right? That's why we're doing all of our prep right meow. Yeah, back on the asparagus game. Probably only use like half of this pack today. And we'll use up the rest of that cauliflower. Just roast it up. I really like eating veggies, so I don't do too much to them to make them delicious. Yeah, basically Italian shrimp and grits. That's a really good way to describe it. Checking back here. Those have 5 minutes left and then they're done. FCB is doing great today. I love to read and hear it. Move this over for a sec. So this cauliflower, just going to like shave off a couple of brown bitties into the compost. We didn't use it all last weekend, but I mean the rest of it's still good to use. Perfect. That, and then from here, even the stem's like a little bit floppy. You can just split it. Yeah, asparagus is so good already. It is. And so then we're gonna cut this same size basically as the asparagus so that it can all roast together. And the cauliflower might be a little bit larger chunks, because I don't like when it goes soggy. Oh yeah, FCB? You can't stand cooked cauliflower, but love to eat it raw. Just goes to show how everyone's palate is just a bit different. There's nothing wrong with that. Boss man, just woke up Kate from a deep sleep. Did I miss anything? You missed all of the cranberry bars. I'll definitely say that. And now we're just kind of moving into our savory part of the stream. So welcome. Just move that over to the side for now. Cauliflower is good raw for dipping though. And then we all know how to check the asparagus for where to trim it. If you don't, grab your asparagus in the middle of the stem, grab the end, and you're just gonna like snap it off. That was pretty high up. Like we could have probably snapped it here and got an extra inch of veggies. Just bite it until it gets woody. So I always say like the first 1 to 2 inches. And for these, looks like about 1.5 inch trim will give us the best product. And yeah, I put this in our veggie stock or in our chicken stock the other day. So good. Boom. And now we'll just get a sheet pan. We don't have to line it. I find that veggies never stick as long as you dress them enough with oil. And these will take less than 10 minutes to roast, I'm gonna say. That's for doggo. The cauliflower dust. Bonk knows about that stuff. Extra? She's like, did I hear my name? Let's just wipe this stuff off. Doesn't mash into the bottom of the sheet pan. The cauliflower dust, Kate. Just the worst. Did you clean it up, girl? That's good stuff. That's good stuff for dogs. She's trying to say it's not. I'm not believing it. It's not good? Okay, well, it's okay if you don't like it. 30 seconds on the cranberry pie bars. Let's just oil this up quickly first. And I'll give it a toss. Then we'll season it up. I don't know. I think those babies are done. Just going by how they're looking. The bubbles on the end. Hi, Clem. I am having a good day so far. And then Sally said the toothpick, or if you poke it, you like semi-clean. I'm just gonna test it with the thermometer. Yeah, it's at 205, so we're good. We are good to go. Turn the oven off for now. We will roast the veggies in a bit, but not quite yet. So then we wait. Cool. So those are going to cool off, and then from there, we're gonna take them out of the pan, cut them, and then glaze them. I don't recommend glazing while it's still warm because it'll just kind of melt in and you won't see it anymore. If you can't get pinto beans, what can you substitute with? Kidney? Sometimes kidney beans have a really hard like skin on the outside, Mish, so maybe black bean might be better. And yeah, Bonk, we made like a white chocolate orange glaze to go on top of the bars. I feel like white chocolate and cranberry was just a good mixture of ingredients to put. So spread this back out. Danish supermarkets only carry kidney and black beans. Okay, so black beans it is then, I guess. You gotta do what you got. Or you gotta use what you got, I should say. And that's all they got. Okay, toss the cauliflower around with the olive oil too. Massage it in there. Perfect. Just gonna go quickly wash up and then we'll salt and pepper. And then we can peel our shrimp. They look like they're all thawed and happy now. We gotta refill the pepper grinder actually. Perfect. FCB. It is getting warm in here. Time to turn on the fan. We're heating it up. I also noticed since it started to get warm here, all the restaurants are on like slow motion. They're on slow-mo. Everyone's just slow ass. It's like, you must be hot. It's like, I can come in and cook, but that's not part of my job. I ain't getting paid for that one. But fire those dang pizzas. Okay, veggies dressed. Like I said, less than 10-minute roast in the oven. Couldn't be easier. Okay, going to drain the shrimps and then we'll peel those. They don't want to get too much sweat near the food yet. No extra seasoning. Where are you going? You helping? Scrimping. Boom. Do I have a favorite thing that I just love to make? I really like to make homemade pasta, but it's definitely like a bit of a process. What else, chat? Ouch, and careful with the shrimp. Sometimes they're really pokey. I like to make a lot of things. It's so hard to choose when you like to cook so many different things. I can't choose just one. Trev is so lazy, he don't do shell on the shrimp. You pay to have those removed. Nope. Chefs will not. We will take the time to do this because then we can also repurpose the shells after. I think we'll make a chowder coming up. From all of our shrimp shells, nice broth. You are being moved to day shift. Man. Do I need to write a letter, Bonk? Give you a bye for going to work on Fridays? A shrimp compound butter cookie. Whoa, how do you make that? Never heard of that. Lady Virgo, thank you for that. That is fair. We are not using feta today. Get your complaints in. FCB, it's not hot there. Raining or cloudy most of the day so far. Currently 25°C though. That's hot though for Canada at least. Bonk has to be at work at 7 a.m. Sheesh. Yeah, literally. Just do a complete flip of your entire life. Cookie says cook the shrimp shells in butter and then obviously like strain the shells back out and then just let the butter cool. Lady Virgo, how do we blame Bonk again? Bonk's like, this is how. I'm here. Oh man, Bonk. And that's like a forever thing? Yeah, only thing we don't like about shrimp, they really shrink down, right? That's why you gotta be so careful to not overcook it. These ones aren't massive, I will say. And the shells are quite thin. I know, we haven't had shrimp in a while either, because I know that my brother doesn't like to eat it. So then I just won't cook it, right? Until he's not here. So now he's not here. Oh, interesting, Bonk. Yeah, maybe looking at other options now. You never know, right? Maybe it's time for a change. Okay, that is cool. Digital Meow Mix is watching me right now on their Switch. I didn't even know that was possible. Oh, yes, Westward. That sounds like a lovely mess. Lovely, tasty mess. Last time I had to shell shrimp, I bought it from the wharf in DC. Got Old Bay seasoning all over my hands. But so delish. Yeah, you don't waste any of that goodness. Trev says, up in the north, we fry those, put them on sandwiches. And the clams. Up in the north or the south? You trying to trick me? Oh, you're in Boston. Word. I actually don't know if I knew that. I thought you were way more south just because you always talk about southern things. Okay, so you can chat using your phone, but you can at least still watch the stream on the Switch. So cool. Fried clam sandwiches, fried shrimp sandwiches. Okay, you're born and raised in VA. And yes, it is good. I'll remember the first time we did like Old Bay with some crabs that Zach caught. on the island. He's like, what is this seasoning and how do I get it? We're like, well, you can't find it in Canada. So we'll just give you a little container of it to use when we don't live here anymore. Like, he doesn't even like spicy food, but he was all over the Old Bay. Hey, are Westward and Trev making friends right now? We just make new internet friends? Nice. Yeah, Clem, that's what I was thinking of. Some po' boys? Yes, please. Yeah, Old Bay is like such a staple seasoning down south. I can only imagine. Like I said, we don't have access to it here in Canada. That's a special order. Yay for Amazon. Almost there. Oh, did I just put that the wrong way? Yes, I did. Okay, it's going backwards. Sometimes I do that. Hello, brain? Are you still with us? Yeah, I really want to have a lobster roll down in Boston. Samuel Adams beers from there too. I'd have that with my lobster roll. Be okay with that. Okay, yeah, definitely gonna give these a rinse. Just look at, there's some shells over there. I will be back. Drain the shells, fragments, give them one more swish around in the water. Drain all that out the best you can. We don't want the shrimp to be too wet when we go to cook it. But like, I like to marinate my shrimp before I cook it really quick. So I think we're gonna do that. Next step is grabbing a freezer bag and we're gonna get rid of the shells. Yeah, dang, Digital Meow Mix. Don't like seafood. Going up to Maine a lot in the summer, wasted on you. As long as you know that it's wasted though, like thanks. Makes us all feel better. That's funny, Clem. Yeah, you go to school there, but you don't like seafood or beer. Dang. Now I'll wash my hands. Shrimpy hands. So garlic and chilies. Gotta grab the garlic even. Go grab a little bit of garlic. I was just seeing how you're doing. You're napping yet? Corn chowder? Yeah. That would be good. Okay. I will go grab the wine as well. So take me a little bit longer for this, but then we'll be a-okay. ready to go. Yeah, garlic, shrimp, chili, wine. Yes. BRB. Guys, there's no wine for the shrimp. Literally went out and bought it last night. Car's at the charger. The wine is in the car. Ask me how I feel. Just really wanted this one to work out today. But alas, Kate will be sad. Weasel, are we muted? There's nothing else good that I can even use. Like marsala's not good with shrimp. Man. Hi, Pepsi dude. Hey, that's all right. I kind of know that people are going back to work and stuff, doing different shifts, but it is nice to see you when you are around, so thanks for popping by. We're here. We're around.
Just do something for an hour.
As always.
And then I'll go get the wine.
That's all that's left?
Yeah.
Is an hour?
Do drinking stuff together.
Okay. I actually got a Pinot Grigio bonk is what I picked up yesterday. Because I like to just cook with that one. Is there too much moisture in here? There's a little bit extra moisture in here, so I'm just gonna go drain that. I really don't like to marinate the shrimp if there is extra water hanging out. Yeah, a bit more acidic. And hi, Scat, how are you? I'm laughing at Weasel. I guess it might help if I turned my speakers on. Yes. Kate, are you muted? Nope, but you are. Shoot. Oh no. I tried to drain the shrimp without touching them, but that's not a thing either. This is why I don't have a Food Network show. Well, at least we'll be able to make it work. That looks like such a small amount of shrimp. It looks like they just keep shrinking and shrinking. I don't understand. So we are gonna marinate these. I mean, I don't have to do jerky stuff, Sam, but you can. I'm gonna do my pantry things that we set out to do. I will. I'm not walking to the car and grabbing it. How is that possible? Telepathy. Just found out last Monday that you're a diabetic. Uh-oh. So now you gotta make a couple of life changes. Some diet changes. How would I feel if I found out I got signed up for a season of MasterChef? I'd be okay. I'm not scared of those. I think I would still have fun on that program. Although, I can't do MasterChef because I already have my red seal, so it would have to be Top Chef only, which I have signed up for that before, but I never made it to the audition. Maybe another day. Sorry for the bummer news, but great you know, so you can manage and live your best life. Oh yes, for the diabetic, for sure, right? Or yeah, next level chef. Am I scared of Gordon Ramsay? No. And I did try and sign up for next level chef. I just couldn't find where the application was online. They made it really hard. Yeah, is Cutthroat Kitchen still going? I would be actually so bad to people on that. Yeah, it might seem like nice, but when it comes to competitions, bit different. Okay, so we got our garlic in with the shrimp. Let's keep going in the marinade. Oh, I was like, I'm gonna go rinse my hands in the soapy water, but Sam's literally filling it right now. So you guys want me to go on a cooking show then? Just hack everyone up. Sign me up. Let's make it happen. I am going to just do a little bit of olive oil on the shrimps. Has anyone ever heard of this one before? A touch of baking soda. Keeps them a little bit more firm and juicy. That's a sneaky Asian trick. Hi, Speed. How are you? Speed says, oh, hey, 29 months? Practically like 100 years now. Thanks for the resub, dude. How are you doing? I did see that bonk. Iron Chef on Netflix. How do we feel about it? They probably said, what's the point of putting it on cable TV? No one watches it anymore. Pepsi dude, I don't cook a ton of diabetic food, but my dad is diabetic. I don't really have many suggestions or even like any streams that we've cooked really diabetic food. But I do know that there are some people in our community that have diabetes, so maybe they can help you out. It's not the OG Iron Chef. Yeah, it's like a reboot. This is what Torino says, and hi, Reno. I'm diabetic. Eat what you want, just portion size. And like maybe cut back obviously on the sugars, right? Speed is sweating his butthole off, literally. He's laughing his asshole right off. It's so hot. He's working on an old tractor. That's so cool, man. Have you got it running yet, or you're still like putzing? You still eat all the sugars. Would it be easier if you didn't, though? Yeah, right, Westward? If the reboot of Iron Chef was on Food Network, none of us would have even known because we don't watch cable anymore. That's actually great to know. I've been curious. Like the switch over from cable just to streaming services. Okay, so I'm gonna put or sprinkle like a teaspoon of baking soda over the shrimp as they marinate. And that keeps them more firm and juicy when you cook them. Sneaky trick. A complete restore on an old tractor. That's amazing. I know Sam loves tractors. He's a tractor man. Well, that makes sense, I guess, Torino. If you don't eat sugar, you'll have a massive craving and just binge, and that's worse. So just have like very small treats. That is fair. I am going to use these Szechuan dried chilies. Just a little sprinkle. Samo Speed says hi.
Hello.
He's cleaning the slicer. Back on this jerky game. I will say that, Crimson, the cost of the streaming services now, though, are definitely going up exponentially.
Netflix used to be like $5 a month or something.
Yeah. Okay, Speed. He's going back to work. Just a quick visit. Thank you, my dude, for the 29 months, basically 100,000 years. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, happy tractoring. That's awesome. Okay, done with these. And then I was thinking just a very small sprinkle of salt and pepper, and that's pretty much it. Toss it all up. Then we'll cook it when the wine is here. Heavy amount of garlic in the shrimp. Thank you. That smells really good. You've been drinking Pepsi Zero for like a week now? I bet you sodas are probably the worst things for diabetes. Any type that is like supposed to be sweet rather than just like a sparkling soda can't be good for you. What?
They should drink diet sodas.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's better?
Yeah.
Well, then tell me that.
Well, you're talking. You can't just be like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, you can.
Nope. What is it after?
That is actually so true, Torino. I never thought about that part. Bezos goes up to space, and then a month later just raises the price of Prime. Interesting. Huh. Patterns, I tell you. We recognize patterns. Gotta pay for the joyride, man. That's cool, Cookie. You watch more YouTube and Twitch than probably anything. Okay, put this stuff away. Maybe we'll take a peek at our pie bars. Pie bars. Of the cranberry form. Because all of our polenta stuff's ready. Sweeteners are the godsend for the diabetics. See, I've learned stuff today. But yeah, pop in general, not good for intestinal tract. Okay, good to know. Whoa, those are still pretty warm. These are still quite warm. I want to see how it goes if I try and lift it out. Yeah, they're not set up yet. So we're gonna let those set up a bit more, and then we'll be able to pull the entire thing up and out and onto a cutting board. Close though. I love the way that the toasted almonds look. So we get back to pantry stuff. That's a-okay. And eat my Danish. Okay, so we stopped at our pantry organization at our spices yesterday. Pasta for diabetics? Like I said, I honestly have no idea. I don't have diabetes. Like, I didn't spend a lot of time with my dad while he did have it. Okay, so we got this stuff. This is our first kind of spice bin, or sorry, the second one actually. And then as we go through, we've just been writing down an ingredient list of everything in the pantry. Because maybe that'll help us use up more stuff more frequently. Sourdough bread and pasta prevents spiking of your glycemic index. That's something you can look into. Good one, Cookie. I like what Torino said, because that's kind of how I always feel. Everything is okay for you in moderation, right? Okay, this is where we ended. Celery, cayenne, dill. We have tandoori spice. I think we have our spice jars. I washed them last night so that we can transfer today. Yeah, they're so shiny now. Just one of them needs to be dried out still, or maybe we'll just dry all of them, but that's way cleaner than yesterday. The oils that build up, nuts. Nice, FCB. Yeah, most of the diabetics that I know do what has already been said, just portion size. That's mostly what my dad does too. And then, yeah, my mom just cooks a lot of the food for him, right? Yeah, the metformin, that's the one. Torino, have you heard of the thing called blood balance? I think that's what my dad switched to. It's like made from these people on Vancouver Island. It's all natural. Okay, so I don't mind these containers, but what we were talking about yesterday was some of these other like weird shaped jars that don't really match the rest. So we're just gonna transfer. These are cloves. Wipe that off. Cool. Put the cloves in here. And then we don't need this mismatched jar, even though it is nice if you like to use jars to store stuff in. You can repurpose it. And then we'll label the top. Rumors are Apple is working on a version of the watch that can give you blood glucose readings. Cool. Okay, cloves. Good dog. Clove. I can move this over. This was another one I wanted to transfer. This one is fennel seed. Do you see a jar of cumin? Yep, up top. Whoa. Almost got the glass stuck in the glass. Fennel. Fennel. A jar of human? Yes. Jar of human. The secret ingredient. See? We are inspiring people right now with our pantry organizing. High striving for sustainability. Okay, this one. I wonder if we can pick it off now. It's softened. Yes! Because we don't put oregano in there. Not needed. We also got this one. Homemade blend of our own taco seasoning. These little jars. I'm just gonna combine this. This is like Szechuan peppercorn, salt, and sugar. I think that was for like some sort of chicken wings or something. But then I also have this chili salt in this weird jar. Let's just do that. It's like a fancy yogurt cup. Orange turmeric kombucha. Our own smoked chili flake. Keep that. Nice. Now we're getting it all stacked up better. White peppercorns. What is this? I think this is... what's this one called? Caraway. Caraway seed. So I have such a small amount because I don't use it a lot. But let's label this one because it wasn't before. Caraway is what they put in like rye breads and stuff. That. This little guy, I'm not gonna switch out Ras Al Hanout. Stack that on the other ones, is what I'm thinking. Not gonna switch this from here. Our smoked paprika, just put it on the side. This one, achiote, annatto seed seasoning used in a lot of Mexican food. Some more yellow mustard seeds, so maybe I'll just put it in the other container. I think it'll fit. This one, ground cardamom. And then allspice. It's like pretty organized. Yeah, the Clubhouse stuff, so I only have a couple. I got celery seed, because that's hard to find in any other brand. The cayenne, as well as dill weed. Those are my few Clubhouse ones. I'm almost done with this stuff here, and then I'll clear off some space for you, because you're gonna start slicing. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't do jerky stuff,
Obviously.
You're gonna carry on doing stuff though, because then you're just always gonna have something here.
Well, I don't have to. Chef Artie, I know that one. She makes a lot of Indian food. The old cable food shows that I used to watch. That's what that is. So this is good. Leave my hot cloth up there. Like if I give you one table to use, is that okay?
Maybe I need enough room for 2 of these sitting there.
2 of those? And then I was just gonna like move it over there so you can use this side closer. Is that what you want?
Yes, please.
It's what he wants. People helping people. My little dried thyme. Question about the soups. They are expired. Do we want to keep them?
I bought them before I knew how gross they were.
Good enough answer for me. We bought them before we knew how gross they
It
were.
used to be really good.
Campbell's soup?
It
Oh,
used to be delicious.
would have like insane cravings for the tomato soup when I was younger. They are not what they used to be. He is sharpening the blade. Nice one. Astra's like, what the heck's going on here?
Her favorite thing in the world's going on here.
You love slicing meat with Uncle. Okay, so I'll set up one of these for you.
Yeah, I'll need 3 total. With lids, I'll do 3 IF round per container, so I have 3 different marinations going on.
We're really getting the jerky going. Holy. He says we're going, we're going.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay. Smallest space to work in now. So a lot of spices you can also buy just in like different bags like this. I wish there was just like one standard for storing things, but alas, there is not. We'll organize this stuff this way then. Our cardamom standing up with the allspice. We have one more of these jars though, so we can pour something into there. Maybe I'll do this za'atar, because I feel like there's probably some things in there that go bad quicker. Oh, you're making artisanal pasta. Let's see if you can tell the difference. Oh, like it's a dry, but they marketed it as artisanal, and then you're comparing it to just regular. Yeah, za'atar, right? Make some flatbreads. So yummy. You're the one that did that mass amount. He's getting a meat workout. It's Sam the Meat Man. White Tiger! How are you doing? How are you and your dragon? Better than how do we say that? DiCecco? 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 I know that brand. Is Sam selling it all? Yes, Mish. Are we in the jerky business now? Yes, Mary. It's non-stop. Label our za'atar. Relaxing and cuddling with the dragon right now even? That's awesome. Okay, we know this guy. We actually got to go visit his garden still. Lazy's Viking Love Rub. That's actually a really good mix. I love how the salt is like very nicely flaked in there. This one, maybe we can sneak it underneath, or actually, no, I have a container over here we can stack it up onto. And then we do have this empty. I think I might just get rid of it though. Or I can put some cumin seed in, but like I don't think you should mix a spice with a different spice like paprika. So we'll just get rid of that. Yeah, the Viking Love Rub. Lazy Lousy Viking Love Rub has a smooth balance of spices and activated herbs for a robust flavor that will enhance your meat. Natural brown sugar, granulated sugar, salt, garlic, spices, cayenne, black pepper, mustard powder, cumin, and ground rice hulls, I think, just so that it doesn't get caked. It's good on chicken. Torino. What are activated herbs? I don't know.
You need to get her on the bed.
Astra,
Or
come on.
outside for a bit.
Come here. We'll just bring it over. Come here. Yeah. Stay with Uncle. Good girl. We're better now. I don't know what activated herbs are. Oh, that's cute, White Tiger. She's taking care of you. Activated herbage. That's why I always feel funny when I use it. No, I'm just joking, guys. Okay, this is a thing that I've never used before, obviously. Full bag. But apparently it's good in Indian food. So I'm just gonna stack these couple bags over this way. Put the ones that you don't use too often near the back. Stuff like cinnamon, bay leaf, and nutmeg I use a lot. I'll just leave that on top. That really organized this. Just we didn't write down the rest of the things in here, that's all. And then we didn't show these couple things over here, but this is from Sam's mom. Tailafix. It's like a vegetable bouillon, I think is the best way to describe it. Herb powers activating. Okay, keep going.
Loser.
Yeah, paging Paloozer. Maybe they're toasted.
Loser? Probably.
Paloozer's definitely toasted. Okay, where did we finish here? I got my poultry spice, pink peppercorns. I don't think I wrote down clove, fennel, taco. Za'atar. Oh, I spelt it weird. That's fine. Caraway. White pepper.
How do you spell Za'atar?
Za'atar.
I think that's right.
But this one, I went crazy.
Oh.
Za'atar.
Tar!
Cool, Trev. A magnetic spice doodad. Can't figure out where to put it though. Yeah, you really got to commit, right? Don't want to change your mind once you go into the drywall or wherever you're gonna put it. Okay, white peppers under there. We got 5 spice. Yellow mustard seed, because there is also black. Smoked paprika. Achiote. Allspice. Cardamom. So many. Lazy love rub, I'll put. Very lazy, very love.
Very rub.
Szechuan chilies. That's what we used in the shrimp today too, by the way. That'll be fun. Poppy seed. Fenugreek. Has anyone ever used fenugreek? Cinnamon. Nutmeg. I don't think I put bay leaf up here either. Oh, and dried thyme. My own. You got a little time for that. Oh my god. It's an Indian spice. I have neat handwriting. This is me being like messy. And I think so, like the way that I write, I kind of like attach some of my words. I think it was my downfall in high school because I got the worst mark on like my final exam for English. And I couldn't figure out why, but I think it's the way that I write. And the teacher was just like so strict who graded it, and they didn't like reading how I wrote. Cause like I almost failed the exam and I had like such a good mark in English, I couldn't figure it out. Your messy is just like unreadable. You have really bad handwriting too. Sam's, when he goes quick, yeah, you could barely read it. But like when you try, it's really nice.
I can read it.
He can read it, right? That's what matters the most. It's like, what do you mean? You can't read that? What the heck? Okay, that's that bin. That looks way better, I will say, compared to like where we started in there. Hey, Sam?
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. It's neat, right? And aw, thanks. Everyone, that's so true. Everyone compliments each other's writing, and we all hate our own. Holy, that looks so good. Okay, now into some baking bins. Because they're really messy. Look at it. How does someone even work out of this? What kind of chef works here? You mix the cursive with handwriting. That's basically what mine is. And yes, he's doing raw eye of round, Trev. He cleaned it all this morning while I was sleeping. And then he's slicing it for beef jerky.
Before you start this, we're going to do the hot sauce one together.
Oh, the marinade?
Yeah. That way I can do the teriyaki when I come back home with the car.
Okay.
And I can carry on slightly.
Bonk! I know it's a disaster. That's why we're organizing. What happened? Don't ask me. Wouldn't know. Okay, Sam has asked us to make a quick hot honey jerky marinade. So that's what we're gonna do. Do we have to blend it or just mix it?
Mix it with
A little bit of Worcester.
Worcester, hot sauce, with a little bit of...
I think some soy as well. Just
Nope.
for salt, no?
Nope. And we put soy in the toss.
Oh, yes, that's
To
right.
adjust the seasoning. And a little bit of curing salt.
And yeah, I would love to see your guys' pantries if anyone wants to share what theirs looks like, because you always see what mine looks like. That's right, Mish. Actually, sorry, you need to save up enough pots and pans for me to make that marinade for you on stream. Wrecked.
You want me to go in the room right now?
He'll go in the room right now and do it. Hi, Broken Toys. Liquid smoke? There ain't no liquid smoke on our jerky.
No liquid smoke in this bitch.
Just straight up wood smoke. Okay, going to grab hot sauce, honey. Wait,
Do it!
we marinate with the honey?
No.
Just grabbing the hot sauce.
Hot sauce, Worcester, a little bit of curing salt.
Okay,
That's it.
hot sauce it is. Yeah, maple. That'd be good. We do have maple pepper bacon because we're Canadian like that. I'm back. This is the good stuff. The buffalo version of Frank's, not just the straight up stuff. So this is what I'm marinating.
Yeah. Yep.
This is what we're marinating. So we're just gonna do a little mix in a bowl. She's watching closely. She gets all the scraps from the slicer after. Curing salt. We're making our marinade for our hot honey jerky.
Lay down.
There's no honey that goes into the marinade first. It gets finished afterwards with like a glaze. There's not enough hot sauce, Mish says. Not nearly enough. And then I think I got a bowl in the dishwasher for mixing. Is the red bowl big enough?
Yeah. I use the middle one normally, so it's the same size.
Okay.
And then I do 2 parts hot sauce, 1 part Worcester.
Okay. And
1
then how much
tablespoon.
that? So 1 tablespoon of the curing salt. Just for like a very small amount of preservative in there. Helps keep the color and have it last just a little bit longer. But so far we have been trying to make the jerky without like any other sorts of preservatives, because if you read the bag on a lot of other brands, the list can just get quite large. We're looking into actually using, I think, celery juice is a natural preservative for things like beef jerky. Very interesting. It's one thing I read up on.
Next Saturday I'll be at the car meet for a little bit.
Which one?
Christmas.
Okay. Dino Days?
Yeah. With packaged jerky.
Samo's going to a car meet to go sell some of this jerky that we're making this weekend. That's what he's doing next weekend. Did we not open this bottle of hot sauce?
Nope.
Holy! She's brand new. What's weird, Mary? The celery stuff? Yeah, you'll have to Google it. I have not gone that far down that rabbit hole yet. I don't know a ton to inform you guys about. So then how much like marinade do we make total? Like 2 liters?
About that. There, I think it was the 4 there.
Like, is that enough? Where's the lid? Is the lid up there? Oh no, put it over here. Scoot, nice, setting up the AC. Cultured celery extract, that's the one, Mish. Concentrate prepared from celery. Come in powder or liquid, commonly used as a preservative in natural deli meats and organic bacon instead of sodium nitrite. Boom!
That's stuff.
But it says regardless, the cultured celery extract are biochemically identical to sodium nitrite when added to deli meat.
Okay.
So literally no difference?
Should be literally no difference.
Just people like to read it. Oh, it's natural because it's celery, not nitrite. Interesting. Just stirring in that salt.
And then still be right.
Yeah, it's natural. How's the cute doggo doing? Oh, she's being real good. Somehow she made it back over here. Off of the bed. Or are you saying to Scoots? Yeah, how is that doggo doing? We care about all the doggos here. Heard celery juice is good for losing weight. Well, what do they say? You like burn more calories just eating the celery? Boom. This is a good one. It's so simple. Turns out so dang good though. So now, just pour it over. This will sit overnight until tomorrow. But we're gonna like sauce it up. I'll put a glove on. And I kept the spoon so we could scrape out the bowl. We are down the celery rabbit hole. I'm in. Canadian Food Inspection Agency defines bacon as pork cured with nitrates. Since we don't add nitrates or celery extract, we cannot call our bacon bacon. McLean Meats. I don't even know where that brand is from. I don't see it in the stores in our part of Canada. Maybe out east? We do smoke it on the Traeger, 170 Fahrenheit, for about 6 to 7 hours. We are making jerky right now. We're killing some time while the car finishes charging because that's where my bottle of wine is for the shrimp. Dehydrating cold smoke, literally that bonk, yeah, because the Traeger has its little fan in there. It's perfect. Let it go for like the first hour or two until it starts to look a bit dry. Flip it, let it go again, and then you just kind of watch it as they start to all dry. Take them off as they look good. Okay, I'm just gonna take a really quick bathroom break. I is here.
I have round.
Let's mix it up. And then we made a YouTube video on how to make the jerky, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, go onto our YouTube channel, search it in our channel specifically, and we show the whole process. I think it's the full word bonk. Or just do that, yeah. We got more bodies in here. I'm turning the fan on.
The fan wasn't on?
No.
Man.
Just give him the whole library. I'm in. Why the heck not? And yeah, so you guys can see how we make our jerky. It's not just like random ass pieces of beef cut from whatever part of the cow left over. It is full primal cuts, sliced, marinated, and then smoked. Lot of love. And then if you don't separate these pieces of meats after you slice them for the marinade, they will literally just stay stuck together and not marinate at all. And then it's not that good. Exactly. Great brand name. Random ass beef piece jerky. That's what I find Jack Links is now. Like the pieces are so small. Just like little chunks of whatever, like that size. It's like, what is this even? Nick? Hi, Nick. This is part of our hot honey marinade, actually. So just Frank's Buffalo base hot sauce, a little bit of pink curing salt, and then some Worcestershire sauce. Because something about that in jerky just makes it taste really, like, addictive. And then so after this is smoked and dried, we then make a glaze to toss with it. With honey, a little bit more Frank's, and just some soy sauce to season. It's freaking good. People go nuts. It's like a really addicting flavor. Because the heat is not so much. Just like a little kiss. And then when you mix the heat with the sweet, that's the addictive part. Just can't stop eating. A mixed bag of flavors could be named random ass beef pieces. We gotta start naming our stuff like that. You guys are saying it sells. I'm in. Let's not take things as literally anymore. Those big companies have been doing it forever, and they don't make that good of stuff.
Dog treats for humans.
Yeah. Yeah, do not look at the ingredients. If you're someone that likes Jack Link's jerky, don't read them.
Stop now.
Do not. Just eat it. Don't even think about it. It's totally fine. Like a tasty bean boozled but with jerky. Imagine roulette jerky bag. Just all the like last couple pieces that wouldn't fit in the 500-gram bags. I'm in. Kind of like the mixed candy bags. Surprise. A meat surprise. We do make teriyaki.
Yeah, we do.
Is that what the one you're making next?
Yeah.
It's really good, Crimson. Like for not spice loving people, they go nuts for that one. It's like sweet, salty, garlicky. Frickin' delish. Torino's holding out. Torino knows what this jerky tastes like, and I will say, like, it's gotten better since the times that we sent it to you. We got good since then. Yeah, if you like sweet and savory, like teriyaki, ugh. All of the garlic. Yeah, now we're up to doing 4 flavors. We still want to test one more, which is like a shawarma style flavor with like a lot of different spices and stuff. Because I did a gluten-free version for Annie, part of our channel once. Sent it to him, and he really loved it. And yeah, obviously, if you want gluten-free jerky, you can't use soy sauce. You'll have to use like a tamari or Braggs style. Yeah, I used to eat Slim Jims. Me too. Not like often though. Just a little treat. Craving something salty and meaty. Marinated in tomb? Whoa. Just straight garlic.
Literally finished. Just finished.
The car?
Yep.
Nice work. Okay, so the car's done charging. Guys, Sam's gonna go get it. So we're gonna start on the polenta then. While he goes to grab the car. Polenta will be close to being done when he comes back. We'll roast our veggies and cook our scrimps with the white wine. That's how you make things work. That's amazing, Mary. I love that you make your own jerky. And yeah, it's like, don't buy it. Make it yourself. And share it with your friends then. Like the people that we drop the jerky to, guys, they keep telling more and more folks as well. And this is what they say. It's like, we're gonna make it so that you don't have to work a job anymore. It's gonna be the jerky people in the city. And so we're like, okay. Okay, so this is all separated, marinated, layered back up, and then I just give it a press down. You don't have to worry about the pieces just like being laid out all flat. They uncrumple really easily to put them on the smoker.
There are 9 eye of round being processed.
9 eye of rounds.
Got 3 more in the fridge for another one.
Yeah. Siron. That is a lot of stuff being marinated. How long is the marinade?
This will go for 2 days. The teriyaki will go overnight.
So yeah, we found that the hot honey Didn't taste as good with only a 1-day marinade, so that one will be 2. But the teriyaki's a 1-day.
Tomorrow I'll make the Vietnamese marinade, and we'll marinate it Monday for Wednesday. And I can smoke it Wednesday.
Yeah, the marinade for the Vietnamese is kind of special. We let the ginger, lemongrass, garlic like all steep together overnight, and then you strain it the next day.
But that 1 container of beef is now 3 containers or 4 containers of beef.
Okay, so I gotta go with you and help you, or you're gonna go in small amounts?
No, we're gonna do this at one time.
Okay.
None of this fucking.
Yeah, there's 4 different types. The one that you saw the marinade though, Frank's Buffalo, Worcestershire sauce, little bit of pink salt. That's it. I will be back. Just gonna go help Sam bring the meat to the fridge.
Bring your phone. I just want to do a photo as well.
And he says, bring my phone so we can do a photo. Eric, how are you? Stopping by to say howdy. You've been in the yard all day. Gonna take the moto out for a bit. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the 27 months. Was saying at the start of the stream, pumped to see how your peppers are growing. They look really happy. Love it. Hope you have a nice, safe trip on the moto, too. Enjoy the day. Maybe we'll see you when you get back. Okay, we'll be back.
Bye.
Go pack the meat away. We gotta dig out the shorts for Samo. Okay, pack this away. We are donezo with our pantry things for right now. That was a lot of meat. Yeah. Ukrainian jerky? Dill garlic? I wonder. Why not? Wait, there's mystery vending machines? Milk 10 bucks out of drunk people for sure. Too easy. Why wouldn't ya? Okay, so we're gonna cook our polenta now. We have a medium grain polenta, so it will take a little bit of time for sure. I think we'll do our induction. Oh, I should have brought the Franks back. Should have brought the Franks back. It is shorts weather. Move all my things back over here too. So to start the polenta, we're gonna fry up our onions. just in a bit of butter first before heating up the liquid. And then I would love to like go back to the island one year and make some venison style jerky for our friend. I think that'd be so good. One of the basic ingredients for polenta is cornmeal. You are correct. Annie's graded 10 physics finals. One student submitted a file with 0 bytes. Oh no. Hopefully she will resubmit it, hey? Yeah, sounds like something maybe didn't save right. Uh-oh. All right, what? Oh, I didn't think about this part. The pot that I cooked the polenta in, maybe we will have to use the other burner set. Unless I just want to do it in a Dutch oven. I think we might even be able to sneak it in this small saucepan. I think we're gonna cook it in this. It's got a nice lid to keep it warm after. Just gonna grab this bit of butter. And then we'll need a spoon. Definitely not a metal spoon if you're gonna use an enamel pot. And a whisk. Which for sure not a metal whisk either if we're using an enamel pot. So I will do the silicone one that actually matches this perfectly. No risk, or yeah, no whisk, no reward. Ah! You guys.
I'm back.
Okay, nice. You found your short skis? They look good. Have a good walk, okay? Yep. Turn this on. Like a medium heat. Turn it on a medium-ish heat. Jedi Wing Night? Thanks for that follow. Hello. Just gonna balance out my induction here. So we got our onion. 1 cup of cornmeal. There is like half fine cornmeal on the bottom, half medium ground cornmeal. 2 cups of milk. 2 cups of chicken stock with a bay leaf. 1 lemon to finish. 1 cup of Parmesan shredded to finish. Never add your cheese early in polenta because you'll just cook it onto the bottom of the pot and it'll be the saddest time ever. That's a definite live and learn. It's looking good already. Let's put our onion in. We finally diced it earlier too, so that like you don't really notice it in the polenta. But I thought we would use it up. I don't like when things die in the fridge. So we'll sweat these out until they're nice and translucent, cooked through. Turn this down, maybe 1 more. Speaking from experience, yeah, exactly. And like Parmesan is quite an expensive cheese to waste like that, right? So yeah, just do it at the end. I love when onions look like this when you cook them. If you feel like you need to, give them a stir. And then I will say, like, if you wanted to make a vegan polenta, you could use oil and no cheese. Just, it wouldn't be quite as delicious, I feel. Nice, Mish. Slap the FBI. Get 'em. Oh, and actually, we should turn on the oven to be able to roast our asparagus and cauliflower, too. We dressed it up earlier. Just simple olive oil, salt and pepper. Did I see a Chef Negan? I love that. Good morning. Hi, good morning. How are you? I love when people say that and it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's always morning for chefs. How are you doing? I saw that you did a little ice cream shop takeover the other day. You guys. Yeah, melodic. It's 7 a.m. on Sunday here, Kate. That is insane. That is seriously crazy. Okay, I'm turning on the oven. 425 Fahrenheit. Nice high heat. I like to roast my veggies quick. You were helping out? Oh, cool. Had a DJ gig somewhere. I didn't know that. I think you have to do it again next week. Fun. Fun, fun. And then I also saw your Twitter post of like your amazing fish dish that you cooked. Negan. It really had me craving fish, seeing that photo. Thanks for coming to hang out. These onions are almost ready. It's okay to get like a little bit of golden brown on there, but definitely not fully like caramelized brown. That's not polenta. Aw. We gotta say nice things and like recognize when people are doing amazing stuff. It's all we got. Yeah, that's what it was called, the hodgepodge. And like as a Canadian, I've never had that before. So it was really cool to see like your take on it. And it's like, maybe I need to make this now. Mish, you're going to Iceland? Can I come? One of my favorite spots in the world. It's really interesting there. Nothing like I've ever experienced before. And like Iceland was actually my first intro into Europe. Because at the time France was having a strike with their airlines and we didn't know. And so we had to stay in Iceland overnight for free. It was awesome. Yeah, you didn't think it would look good plated, but it looked so good. We can all come. Are you going to Reykjavik? That's the only spot I've been, but then I follow like a lot of travel people on Instagram and everyone goes camping. Mary, she gotcha. Welcoming in Chef Negan to the kitchen crew. How has almost been here with a whole year already. So that's what I did, Annie. That's how I got to Paris for a really inexpensive price. 11 months. Thank you, Mary. Okay, so from here, careful pouring in your liquid because it is hot butter in there. Gonna rent a car and just drive all over. I think that's the best way to experience Iceland, honestly. I like how Annie says it was a long time ago, though. Like, when did I go to Europe? 2013? So 2 cups of milk, guys, we're going to start heating up so we can turn the heat up higher. And then 2 cups of chicken stock with a bay leaf. Oh, and our Parmesan rind. I forgot that we snuck that down there. Some extra flavor. And so then this is going to come up to a simmer. And then from there, we take our cornmeal and whisk, whisk, whisk it in. It is almost 10 years ago. Sheesh. I guess I need to go back to Europe then. What? That is so cool, Torino. And then the best part about my situation being like stuck in Iceland trying to get to Paris is they gave us first class on like the extended flight over to Paris the next day. I was like, what? As I'm like the little backpacker Kate, just living so cheap. Greatest thing ever. Except I was like, I wish my other 8-hour or 10-hour flight was first class though. 2 hours for this, kind of a waste. Hi Katniss, how are you? And then Scooter's saying that she has never had polenta. I don't know what to say, Scoots. Do you like kind of porridgey styles of stuff? Do you like the porridge texture? That's basically what it is like a corn porridge of sorts. Are you doing good, Katniss? Having a good weekend? Don't need that. Turn off this light. There's a dog bed right here, but where does the dog lay? Over here. Some people's nieces. You're so good, Kat. Sweet. Or yeah, 2014. My mom remembers because that's when they moved to the island. Bonk is saying polenta. It's like grits or cream of wheat. And whoa, Katniss got to pet a real alive lemur. Zaboomafoo? Is that you? Oh no, Annie, you didn't tell us the mistake. She mistook 3 centimeters for 3 inches. Oh no! And yeah, the wood workshop, they drilled out that huge hole. Was supposed to be only 1 inch. RIP, so did they have to start over? So Scooter's never had grits either. What do we say then, guys? Yeah, this is where Mish comes in. Metric forever, by the way. Scoot's posting her doggo. What? The lemur even like sat on you? Cool. I've always wondered. Yeah, Negan, you just finally had good grits. I think that was actually the last time we rated you. I made shrimp and grits that day. You were a new fan. They're good. Okay, so this is coming up. Give it a stir. It's almost time to whisk the polenta in. And then before that happens, I'm just going to take the Parmesan rind out. Because look, it's already getting soft. Take that out. It even smells fruity. Okay. Ah! Now we don't want the milk to go over. Cornmeal. We do want it to be agitated in there though. We're just gonna whisk a little bit at a time. Jedi Wing Night. I learned everything about corn grits from my cousin Vinny. That's a movie, right? At your last school, Annie, students went to Madagascar? How did you even make that trip possible? I thought it was really cool when my high school for soccer academy, we went to Italy. Instant grits? What the heck is that? This looks very like loose, but I will say the medium ground cornmeal does take a little bit more time just to absorb the liquid. So don't freak out just yet. Just gonna get this container away and then we're gonna keep whisking. Very, very important that we do not go anywhere. Whiskey business. And thank you, TX Aviator 2903. It's a sin. Okay, bonk. Okay, so now we can see them getting a bit thicker. And this is still just on a medium heat. Part of the case in the movie is how long it takes to cook grits. I will have to watch that. It sounds funny. When you eat grits, you say how many, how many, how many. Earthtown says this is high whisk work. Yes, it is. Very high whisk. Thank you for that, guys. We need to put all these puns onto some merch. Your bestie's mom made her grits with a pound of yellow cheddar, and it was so good, Katniss says. I can imagine. Polenta is a Southern god's best friend. Well, I'm happy to make this for all of us today. I mean, this version that we're making is a little bit more Italian in origin. But I mean, the basis of cooking it is still the same though. Just you might switch up some of the flavoring ingredients from the southern states to what the Italians may use. That's about it. Like we're putting Parmesan cheese in ours. Maybe the Southerners would do something more like a cheddar. Broken toys, you've never had good luck with polenta in the past. So yeah, we have both of our recipes that we cooked today. They're linked there for you. Check it out. This one seems good. Like good ratio of liquid. And then the only thing I'll say is the recipe linked for the polenta, they use water. If you could not use water, of course that's gonna taste better. So we did a half and half mix of milk and chicken stock. This is getting thick as well. Telling me that we're cooking along. And then if you notice it gets too thick, you can just loosen it up before you serve it with anything you want. Milk, stock, water. You choose what works best. I'll probably just do a little bit of water in there, and then obviously we'll dial it in. Aunt used to serve polenta with ratatouille. That'd be a good one. Okay, I think I'm gonna grab a spoon and just see how the medium corn is cooked. Yeah, ratatouille, or sorry, polenta served with ratatouille, like kind of saucy veggies. That would go really good. The flavor in there, it's like sweet. It tastes sweet right now. The medium corn is a little bit chewy still, so we'll just let this keep going slowly. And so I'll just go grab a touch of water. It's almost there. I have any more containers? Holy smokes. I don't. We used them all? Takes a picture with a flash. Huh. A flash? What's that? So old school. That is the one. Can I call you Texas Aviator? That's the movie that everyone's talking about, and I actually have no idea what it is. Ding, ding, ding. You got it. So is polenta just like the Italian form of grits then? It's still really thick. You can call me anything you want, chef. Just don't call me late for dinner. Can I just say that my community has like some of the greatest personalities on Twitch? Oh man. Like, thanks for not being afraid to just be you. Thanks for the follow as well. Yeah, we're a good mix, hey? Almost done. And then our oven is just heating up still for our veggies, so we'll wait on that. But yeah, it's okay if the polenta is cooked a little bit before the shrimp is done. It's kind of how you want it to go. Because both polenta, like, kind of keep your eye on it. Same with shrimp though, because it cooks so fast. Definitely don't overcook that. And so then we've been marinating this just on the side in this bowl. Garlic, chilies, olive oil, couple pinches of salt and pepper to get it started, and then a secret that I've learned in time cooking shrimp. A teaspoon of baking soda in the marinade will help keep them more plump and from shrinking up as much. Isn't there an old Italian mom saying that the spoon should stand up in the polenta? I think that's if we want to make like the fries after, Annie. The spoon should stand up. But if we're gonna serve it with something else on top of it, it should be a bit more soft in my mind. Because as soon as you put it on the plate, it starts to cool off and harden. Thank you.
Bam.
Thank you, dearly. Crisis averted. Told you we had the wine. It's a Pinot Grigio. It was on sale. Copper Moon. I don't buy super expensive wines to cook with, but you should buy alcohol that you would drink if you're gonna cook with it. That's a good rule of thumb. The vino. Yes, it was for the recipe for the shrimp. The Venetian shrimp. I've been to Venice, but I didn't have shrimps. Let us see. Where are we at now? Just turn this up one higher. Just a bit toothy still. That's also why I added the extra moisture. Okay, now we're simmering again. We needed more heat. Kevin James's brother? Is that what Sam looks like? Should I know who Kevin James is? That's awesome that you enjoy Anthony Bourdain. Were we just talking yesterday, right, guys? About some of our biggest inspirations in our cooking journeys in life? And that was a, like, top one. Yeah, Mary, the Tim Tams, we can get those here in Canada, too. But you can't get them in America, I guess? Welcome back, Dust. Crimson, he's an unfunny actor. Greek, hi Greek, how are you? He does not look like Kevin James. Now I'm like trying to picture him. Must have just got a little glance of Sam then. I can attest to that, Crimson. It was already sinking when I was there. I'm not even joking. The entire like main square in Venice at night completely flood like a couple feet worth of water and you can't walk in it anymore. It really like freaked me out the first time I was just like strolling around at night. I was like, whoa, I guess I can't go here. And this is sinking. We're gonna check the corn in a sec here. Have I watched the Netflix series Bad Vegan? I have not. Dust says it's crazy, so I should watch it then. Nice, Annie. 100K channel points. You putting Samo to work or what? Do you also see how the polenta gets molten as it gets close to being cooked? Okay, moments away. Danger lava. Oh yeah, Venice, totally gonna disappear one day. I'm surprised it lasted this long, honestly. Trev, why are you hoarding all your points? Okay, what I'm gonna do, try and take out the bay leaf if possible. I don't think I can do it with the whisk. We're gonna start dialing this in with our cheese. Richmond is already below sea level. Same with when we went through Death Valley, that was cool. Didn't know that one. We're committing, and now I'll turn it down a little bit too. A little bit less danger lava. Ooh, and then the cheese will make it a little bit thicker too. Katniss, you're saving for a meal redemption too? Perfect! So I was gonna say, we don't have any in the queue right now. So please, chat, help me out. So notice how we didn't add any salt yet at all, but we have added our salty cheese. Let us see. And then we also have a lemon beside us. That's good. Little bit of pepper. Bonk can drop 2 meal redemptions on Sam at once. Yeah, it was Parmesan cheese. Like 1 cup shredded, fine. Greetings. Yeah, fellow Earthling. How are you, Colin? You cooking anything this weekend? You have way too many points, Dust? It could be anything, guys. Things that you like to eat, things that you've never seen made before, things that you've always wanted to try but are scared to do yourself. One of your favorite restaurant dishes that you've had before, like an example, Dust has requested a cioppino, a seafood dish that he had at a restaurant, wanted to see how to make it at home. That's the basis of this channel. Try this again. I think that's good for now. I'm gonna turn it off. Knock the whisk off, but keep it nearby. And then we're gonna put the lid on this to keep it warm. And so veggies are gonna go into the oven. Oh yeah. We're gonna finish the polenta actually quickly with just half a lemon juice. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, how to make like Disneyland food. 505,000? You guys are crazy. That's a lot of points, Dust. Yeah, I don't know what happened to this lemon, but we'll just cut off the weird part. I like it. I'll wait until I hit 250K and Bong's gonna redeem a food truck adventure. What's a food truck adventure? We're adventuring with the truck? Just use the spoon to stir it in now. We have a meeting spots for trucks. Actually, we do. There's two that we've seen on our deliveries, and one was bumping last night. I didn't want to keep delivering. I just wanted to like go hang out and dance because they have a live DJ set. Mel, a 16-hour day. Nice way to wind down. Coming over here? Aw, thanks. The Great Food Truck Race. I've seen that one way back when I used to watch cable TV. Okay, polenta's going up top to stay warm. Veggies are going into the oven to roast for under 10 minutes. I have my temp at 425F. And now we're gonna get a frying pan heating up. We're gonna cook our shrimp. This will be enough. Just some grapeseed oil for these. It's just for us today, Katniss, our meal. That's why we're making like such small amounts. Okay, I don't know why I have one more sneaky bathroom break, so I'll just be right back. Okay, now back to cooking. Let's go like 300 Fahrenheit on the induction. Balance that out. That's okay, Katniss. It's okay if it expired. Yeah, the food elevator music, I love it. Bio break? Or what about body break? Oh, yeah. Five minutes on the veggies is what I set. And then, how do I want to flip the shrimps over when they cook? Small set of tongs, maybe? We gotta definitely flip the shrimps. Hey, thanks, Greek. Greek's like, hey, Katniss, I gotcha. Thanks for gifting the sub to Katniss, who has actually been with us for 13 months in a row now. Yeah, uno mas, just one more. Appreciate you, Greek. Are you having a good weekend? Yeah, Twitch lover. I don't have a sub to begin with, so there's that. I mean, it's not required for you to be here, so there's that too. You do what works for you. Wait for this oil to get a little bit more hot, and then we're going. We really garliced up these shrimps, though. Almost more garlic than shrimp. My love story with Sam Earthtown? That's the cutest AMA ever. Okay, I'll try and like say it as a story. I'll narrate it. Let me just get the shrimps in the pan. Holy! Ouch. Careful, they're popping. I know, 10 gifted. I'm gonna let them come in. From you, Mel. She's crushing us with the love. Get them all in here so they don't overcook. Then just spread them out. Okay, trying to make this one even layer. Switch that. I'm dead, guys. What are you doing to me right now? Okay, from Yuma, I'll welcome them in. Chefin' with Chefry, Eco Gastronomy, Melodic Dreamer, Trevor Nickel, Puppy Palace 1. Is that my grandma? Bun Bun 7, Ozimo 18, Culinary Rewind, we know her. Downtown Drunk, and Westward Dreamer. Nice. They've been with us all day. Unreal. Annie, thank you for the 500 biddies as well. And Greek gifting another subby to Twitch lover. It says chicken wing, hot dogs and bologna, chilling with my homies. Welcome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Okay, our shrimps are actually cooking really quick. So let's stay focused on this, and then I will answer your AMA, Earthtown. Just sometimes the food does take precedence. Sometimes. When it comes to shrimp, yes. I'm gonna turn this up a bit more. And then I think I'm just gonna stir them. I also see a little bit of shell that snuck through. So take that out of the pan. And then we're just gonna pour some wine in to finish it off. I thought we would turn up the pan just to fry the garlic a bit more through. And then with adding our wine, it's gonna create steam. And the steam will help cook the shrimp as well. Pour like a 1/4 cup. And then I'm just going to turn the pan off. And then that also leaves like a little bit of sauce down there too, right? So would recommend just taking this off the heat now. I'm gonna try this little guy on the side. It's literally perfect. And that's the veg timer. Okay. Why is chili garlic shrimp so good? Can anyone answer that? Why is that so tasty? Those chilies are fruity. Titan is back. Titan wants some shrimps. Well, those are definitely done. Leave that open. Get rid of the things we no longer need. Garlic is seriously so good, right? That's why. And then we're plating. We're plating it up. Definitely want a plate with a rim to hold all of this deliciousness. Where's my other white plate? Where the heck is my other white plate at? Oh, it's got my Danish on it, that's why. Okay, that's fine. Garlic shrimp with cilantro? That'd be good too. Holy. Just got those veggies in time. Almost overdid it. We are still out of VIP spots, Greek. I know, I'm sad. Okay, this actually stayed so nice and soft. Sitting above the oven as we did the veggies. Our Parmesan polenta. And thanks, guys, for the awesome hype train as well today. That was our first one. Level 3, 12 subs to the kitchen crew and 500 bits. Choo, choo, choo. For all of you. Open this up a bit. So I always start with the polenta in the bottom of the dish. But it is quite filling. It's like your base. And then from here, we'll pop our veggies on top. I really like the way that that cauliflower roasted up. Boom. Got like nicely roasted. Our asparagus, if it bends, you're good. You roasted it perfect. If it snaps in half, you took it too far. Yeah, I'll just pop those right in the center. Why the heck not? The Gus barely even fits on this dish. Boom. That's how it would go towards you. Yeah, we do that every now and then, Bonk. Like filter through the active/non-active VIPs. Samo's usually the one actually who knows and does that for me. Whoa, splashed myself in the face with our shrimp sauce here. Obviously pour some of that goodness. I'd call you crazy if you don't. Right over the polenta and the veggies. Katniss wants a plate. I'm just gonna pick a little leaf of basil off, or two. Samo, is he with us? Or did he die? Oh yeah, my mom. I used to be on the list. Do you want VIP again? Is that what you're trying to say? Fresh basil is life. Okay, now I'm gonna take a photo. That's it. That's as difficult as our plate is today. Venetian shrimp and polenta. Really love the way that that one turned out. It's true. Yeah, the true original, because without you, we wouldn't have. Okay, that is a fact. Little sprinkle of chili or powder mixture, or I was gonna say, Bonk, I was thinking about a little bit of the chili oil that we made before, but I think with the sauce and stuff, it's okay. It just kind of went around the dish instead. You want a bit of lunch, and then you can finish napping after you eat. Good girl, pup. Okay, let's try this. I'm also gonna open this up because it's kind of dark in here right now. Yeah, the chili crisp is what we did, but there's like sesame seeds in there, so I wouldn't really go with it. I'm okay, guys. Let me just try it first, and then I'll let you know if it needs anything else. But there are definite times where sometimes simpler is better. Yeah, he will need his after dinner nap. When the shrimp tastes like fruity and garlicky, like, whoa, I'm gonna go with a forkful like this. Polenta, a shrimp. Hello. I already took the pic before I woke Sam up.
Greg, she took the pic.
The polenta is really good. Kind of cools your palate from the chilies on the shrimp. And I love the medium grain corn. Just like a little bit different, and I think it adds a bit more flavor. Some cauliflower. Those veggies roasted up.
Yep.
Heck yes. Out of 10? Like a 9? He says 8? What happened to the other 2 points? Where can we improve?
A little more salt in the polenta.
A little more salt in the polenta. It's fair. Like a pinch. Oh no!
And peels on the shrimp.
Shells on the shrimp. Just calling us out, chat. Titan, when are we gonna buy the property?
Salt, please.
I don't know. We need to get together. And hi, Pro Gaming AK. Okay, let's see what this does. Because when you add salt, it should get better. It should taste better. If it tastes worse, then it wasn't salt that you needed. He's calling me out, and like, I need people to do that. I know I'm not always perfect. It did actually make it taste better.
It's the amount of cheese and fat. You need salt to go with it.
Sam slurps
Not
asparagus like ramen.
It wasn't much.
Wait, you don't eat your asparagus like that, Bob? That's the best way. Mmm. The veggies are very nicely seasoned, I will say that.
Those are 10 out of 10.
I'm a good veggie cooker. And yeah, all the pan juices.
She's not, Titan. Don't fill her up with those hopes and
Yeah,
dreams.
you should see when people call me an angel. I'm an angel? My face just lights up. Sam's like, oh no. Don't tell her that. The white wine sauce with the shrimp though. Shrimps are cooked okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's what I was feeling today. I'm glad I made this. Where's Tikasella? I want to ask her how she feels about her making this at home today. There's some extra scrimpies just in the pan. I will take a couple more as well. Just on the trivet here.
Oh.
Finish them off. Finish them off. And you want some more veggies too? And then we're gonna do our cranberry pie bars. We're gonna glaze them up and try them. I'm a warrior. A kitchen warrior, Mary says. I am. We love you even when you undersalt and leave the shrimp shells on. Thanks.
I didn't say anything about
Now
that,
that's true love. Okay, I need one cutting board, please. Clean Plate Club, thank you. I will grab a serrated knife. Nice. Thanks, Lloyd Pan, for your baking services. Oh, you need to check that out? Sure. We actually had our lunch before dessert today. We made a white chocolate citrus glaze. Please fix that. They just don't like to be bent or scrumpled. Tikacella's prepping now. I'm wondering why most recipes call for the polenta to go for 35 to 40 minutes. If it's the fine cornmeal, no way it will take that long. Even my medium cornmeal didn't take that long. Yeah, he's like, stop talking, Kate. Let's have this. Let's have this. Cranberry crumble pie bars. Why? Because we had frozen cranberries to use up. Just cut them all.
Yeah.
This big? 3? Now that's breakfast. Blueberries are life. Maybe I'll drop some of these to our Cosmic crew if we get an order tonight. They're chill. I love getting to know all the like restaurant workers that we pick up the food from for Skip. Because it's most of the time always the same people. Hi, the Tesla lady's here to pick up her food. Please hand me that bowl. Thank you. Okay, and we'll just warm it up slightly. White chocolate, citrus glaze. I just can't leave the whisking because there's some metal in there. Catarrhea, or cataraxia, sorry. Says, how do you decide what to cook for the day? So usually I plan out my meals on Monday and Tuesday every week. Let's do like 10 seconds. Is that good, by the way? It's like, it's a bit sweet. Okay, Sam says to try it before we put the glaze on. And then, yeah, how I decide my recipes that I cook. I usually go to my favorite food blogs first. And holy smokes, these actually look so good, guys. Cranberry Crumble pie bars. So places like Serious Eats, Bon Appetit, Food and Wine, and Taste of Home are some of my favorite recipe sites because they're all for free still. You'll notice some other sites are starting to put a paywall up. I would go with the glaze just because I think it would be nummy, but that is not overly sweet. Really nice sour tart flavor from the cranberries. There's a hint of cinnamon in there too with the slivered almonds. That's yummy. Not too crunchy or hard. It was really easy to cut through. Sneak a photo of these too. You used to buy the magazines, Mary? Awesome. Oh, really, Torino? The hungry man? They used to have a cranberry dessert. Just eat it with your chicken instead. Yeah, orange and cranberry, right? Like if you love that. Trying to get the best lighting angle here for us. Nom. Lily was thinking of redeeming pots and pans meal, stuck on the dessert portion, narrowed it down to 2. If I want to decide, okay, like we can always talk about it, make something work, do it that way. It's whatever you feel, honestly. And like, I will always let you know if things cannot be done as well, and then we'll make a change too. But yeah, guys, that's our day. We crushed it, and we even snuck in a bit of pantry organization again. Awesome. Now we only have our 2 baking bins left, and then there are a couple boxes that we will look into as well. Different salts, vinegars, sauces, things like that. Mr. Redbeard, he was lurking tent in the yard. Did you see us look at the Lazy's love rub? Everyone's like, sounds dirty. It's like it could be. When Bob lived in Chicago, I'd buy Food and Wine magazine every month. I thought it was trendy, but there's good stuff in there. There is. And yeah, eventually I got like away from the magazines, went onto the iPad, but now I just use the free online stuff instead. It's even easier. Crema Catalana and churros. Yay! Those are both different ones, right? What if we made churros with the chocolate sauce? Because I've had proper churros before in Madrid. Mary, thank you for the 100 biddies. She says, for making the shrimps and polenta, Kate. I hope that we inspired you guys, because there are some that said they've never eaten polenta before. It's yummy. It's so nummy. If If you like cheese and corn, you'd be in. Harvest is just around the corner. Can you message me somewhere, Mr. Redbeard, so that I can text you about the garden? Because I would really like to come over and help you with that. And yeah, they're different, Lily says. If you choose churros, you gotta do it with the sauce. Yeah, that was in the old days before the newfangled internets. And then in Canada here, I remember my mom used to buy a magazine, Canadian Living. They had good recipes too, as well as Chatelaine. A salted caramel sauce for the churros. Some places do that, but traditional is just the chocolate. Yeah, rhubarbs. Thank you, Mary. She's been gifting subbies to our crew all day. Welcome in, everyone, to Mr. Redbeard, who, I'm gonna say this, used to stream on Twitch, is now living the best dad life ever. But maybe you'll see him, maybe we'll go like do an IRL stream in the garden there. We'll talk about it. Apparently there's asparagus in the river valley. I know, Sam was like, he said this earlier today because we've been talking about picking blackberries before. He's like, if you find the places to go pick, I will drive you there. I was like, So, Colin's saying there's asparagus in the river valley. Maybe we need some foraging streams. Options. Okay, I don't gotta go to the river valley. Mr. Redbeard has 2 plots. Perfect. Okay, I'm just looking on Twitch. Who are we gonna go raid today? Good stream. I'm happy with how everything turned out. Those pie bars, those are lovely. Will definitely be a little breakfast munch. Who do we got? We're gonna go to the ice cream shop. You wanna go see... Ooh, I've always actually wanted to see this. We're gonna go raid Scratch Dumpling. Mapo Tofu. And Egg Drop Soup. I think these are things that you guys would like to see. And I like her chill vibes there. She usually doesn't have her camera like on herself, just so you guys know. I noticed a lot of times where we go raid, it's like, why is the camera just on the food? Why does it matter? Everyone streams a different way, right? Yeah, lots of Chinese dishes, and she's just like an awesome human. I hope we can meet her one day. That's true, actually, Lily. Maybe we should learn what crema catalana is. Since we've already done churros. Maybe we'll do both. You even have wild mushrooms in the backyard? Cool. And thank you, Dust, for that. Okay. Scratch. Dumpling. I had to laugh so hard yesterday about everyone being like, why is it so loud in Montana Max's stream? Because some people have way more energy than me. I love how she says the channel's intended for mature audiences, but it's way more family friendly than ours ever is. The best. Okay, friendos, we'll be back 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, Sunday. What are we cooking? Oh yeah, we're having a fun day. We're doing spinach artichoke dip. We're gonna make some cheesy bread to dip with it. It's gonna be awesome. And then we'll finish our last little bit of the pantry organization. Yeah, it's food prawn. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay, friendos. Take care. Yeah, we'll be back for Sunday Fun Day tomorrow. Hope to see you all then. Thank you for everything today as well, guys. Awesome hype train. Crushed our sub goal, 22 out of 15. Got a couple more bucks for our freezer fund. And some biddies too for TwitchCon. Samo, happy? We even got jerky done too. Holy, Okay, so if you need us at all, you know where to find us. Discord, Twitch, any other social, just give us a message. Stay safe, take care, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for all the love today. Astra, say bye. Bye.